That spirit herb was drinking in the essence of the world. This old man has the chi of fire. The tender touch of wood and the calm weight of the earth doesn't mesh with it well. But that was just a little fragment of what the earth gives. All within the heavens are bound to the earth, even the great dragons, the old man said. Beyond earth, there is metal. The cauldron is not just a tool. It is an extension of your will and chi, a third hand that shapes your pills. And lastly, there is water, to tame the fire and guide it, and draw out the essence of the pills within itself before fading, leaving behind the purified result. The balance of all 5 elements is what true alchemy is about, Lu Jie. The old man's kindly smile returned. I was starting to understand just how many factors I'd been missing. It wasn't just the elements themselves, but also the chi they represented. I hadn't been looking beyond just the application of chi in the factors of what went into making a pill, when I should have been paying attention to everything that contributed to the pill. I bowed my head in gratitude. This disciple thanks his master for the lesson. The old man laughed. Do not be so hasty, my disciple. This old man hasn't even begun. I looked up in confusion as he walked up to his cauldron, and the fire began to blaze around him. You have already formed one of the 3 pills. It is time that I showed you the second one. This is the 7 earthly spirits pill, formed of spirit grass grown in 7 different natures of soil, combined to grant a sturdy weight to the cultivator and bolster their vitality. His hands moved swiftly, and chi swirled, turning to an inferno as the old man added the herbs and water within his cauldron. I extended my senses, noting the slow and steady movement of his chi, gently coaxing the earth chi from the herbs. Earth is sturdy. It does not give easily, and so you must gently break it down. Push and pull like the tides of water, and repeatedly break down the chi, the old man said, mist and herb-tinged smoke swirling all around him. The smell of earth soon hit my nose, many kinds all at once, as if I were flying across the vast lands and taking in the world around me. Once it breaks, you must be quick to collect it, or else it will solidify and tangle itself up. I almost jumped back when the flames flared, rising to a frenzy. Then you slowly tie it together. You must not force it, or the pill will shatter. The act is like handling a young child. You must mold it like clay, or it will all fall apart. I watched in silent admiration as the chi moved in a precise swirl, carefully coaxing the earth chi within itself. In a moment, the flames went out as the spell of rich earth took over the chamber. Unwilling, I found myself breathing easier, life flowing through my body. And that is how it is done, the old man said, grabbing the likely scalding hot pill in his hand. I stared at the muddy-looking pill, almost like a ball of clay. If shown to a regular person, they would likely think of it as mud. But to any who could sense chi, the deep layer of chi present within would be obvious. Meditate upon this lesson for now, Lu Jie, and once you have succeeded, return to me once more. There is much to learn from the nature of earth for you. It would also serve as a method to resolve the conflict within your spirit, and the reason why you still fail to progress, even at the cusp of greater insight, the old man said, smiling at what was surely a dumb expression on my face. You are still young, and with age comes wisdom and sight. This old man isn't blind, after all. I started to laugh, feeling a bit silly. I bowed my head deeply, expressing my gratitude to the old man, a sentiment even Lu Jie could agree upon with me. Now go, disciple. You have much to learn, and this old man must return to his duties. The sect doesn't stop for us, after all. Excitement burned within me heading back to my chamber. Fire-bending lessons were done. Now it was time to learn how to earthbend. Chapter 58. Understanding Gu. I took a breath, stilling my hand as I gently pressed the brush against the paper. Carefully guiding it across the sheet of paper, I let my qi flow through it and into the ink as I wrote down the character for wind. The paper rustled, floating upward before it snapped to the wall, sticking onto it. I looked at the other 7 papers, similarly stuck at equal intervals around my room, forming an encirclement. Qi flowed through the papers, the formation setting itself within the chamber. A mild exhaustion overcame me, and I put aside the brush. I had picked up an obfuscation ward from the library to try and hide the qi and, more importantly, gu that I'd be experimenting with. It had been surprisingly easy to set it up, at least until I actually began working on the formations. Piles of crumpled sheets lay behind me. Even the slightest mistake in my brushstroke resulted in a formation that refused to work. I really doubted a non-cultivator could reach that kind of precision, which was just another way this world was unfair to its denizens. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, marveling at the formation. I had no clue how writing certain characters infused with qi provided certain effects, but there were mentions of 8 characters that formed the basis of all formations that everything was derived from. I'd borrowed a book from Liu Xiang for this formation. A brief study told me about their relative simplicity and usage. Each formation consisted of a character, usually more than one, that described the effect of the formation. The formation can be infused with qi to achieve this said effect on the applied surface, or linked together with others to form more complex effects. Of course, it was far more complicated than just that. Though the basis seemed to be based on these principles, it almost felt like basic logic gates that could be linked together to form qi circuits. I turned to my notes. With everything happening recently, my notes had begun lagging. I still hadn't made any entries on the first law itself, the confirmation of the heavens trying to dissuade cultivators from following the path I was, and the working of my cure for Zhang. There was so much to take note of and work on. Normally, I'd be really excited about working on everything, but with the tribulations and the upcoming spirit herb hunt, I found my mind wandering away on tangents. First things first, I needed to write down what was up with my cultivation, and then the first law. Second, I needed to form a working hypothesis on how it worked and why the heavens were so adamantly set against it. Flipping through my notes, I smiled at the various hypotheses I'd previously made. A lot of them were wildly off, focusing on completely wrong aspects. A lot of them were still theories worth testing, especially now that I was aware of one of the laws. I laughed at an early idea I'd scribbled down at the qi attributes being like atoms, where there was a fundamental atom of qi that when combined differently gave fire qi, water qi, and so on. Settling on an empty page, I reached out to both of my cores as they spun within my dantian. The 2 cores were diametrically opposite to each other. If I tried to slow one down, the other would slow in response, clearly showing some sort of connection. I focused on the core containing gu and tried to feel at my spirit herb garden. Where I'd expected a violent hissing revulsion from my spirit anchor to herbs, I instead found a complete lack of response. My focus shifted from the now nearly invisible roots of qi to the little worms and dead leaves and plants that were mingled within soil near the plants. It was well covered within the qi, but there was a minute amount of miasma all through the earth, mixed in at every inch of it. I opened my eyes, looking at my spirit herb garden in surprise. It should have been obvious, and yes, sensing the ever-present nature of goo that I'd been completely blind to all this time was still a surprise. Did fungi and such cultivate goo with how they grew in rotten corpses of plants? I took note to check within the library about the existence of spirit mushrooms, as odd as that sounds. Moving on, I took hold of my brush. I stared silently at the blank page for a while before beginning to write. The first law. Heavenly qi crackled around me, thankfully mildly enough that I hoped no one noticed. I hurriedly abandoned the idea, cutting whatever I'd written so far. I couldn't risk starting another tribulation in the sect. A frown remained on my brows as I thought over the matter. Writing the information down was also a no-go. But what if... An idea occurred to me, a cheat that only I'd be able to utilize to circumvent the heavens. My heart leapt at the prospect and simplicity, one I'd unwittingly been using all this time. Taking my brush, I began to write, in English. I held my breath, ready to erase the words the moment the heavens rumbled. Nothing happened. My face split into a grin, and I straight out broke into a cackle, raising my hand up in victory and looking beyond the roof of my chamber and up to the sky. Take that, stupid heavens! I laughed for a moment longer before my heart began to thunder in excitement. It was time to note my progress. Writing in a furious frenzy, it almost became a trance as the words came one after the other. The insight I'd gained was only of the surface level, and there was so much that was still left to explore. But this was the first step I'd taken toward grasping the mysteries of the heavens themselves. Qi and goo circulated in my cores, responding to my excitement. With a last, long stroke of my brush, I finished writing what I'd learned in Zhang's core. The first key insight of my path. Now, there, to be shared with the world around me. I grabbed my notes and began to read. The first law of cultivation, the duality of qi and goo. The two forces of diametric opposing natures work in tandem to constitute the heavenly qi, the force that permeates the entire world and is the basis of all forms of cultivation and immortality. Qi represents life. Goo represents death. Both are the polar opposite ends of forces that constitute qi, otherwise known as heavenly qi, the energy we absorb to progress in cultivation. The path of cultivation is twofold, that of life and that of death. The cultivation of the Azure Jade Empire is based around the growth of life and qi. It promotes longevity and thrives in conditions that support life. But quite similar to the nature of yin and yang, there is some yin present in the yang and vice versa. Similarly, the path of goo, a path that, as far as I know, only demons use to cultivate, and one I know very little about. Goo is contradictory in how it promotes death, yet not of those that wield the goo itself. Goo is destructive and destroys the cultivator from the inside, as observed from the damage to the pathways. It may explain why qi was given precedence over the course of history when humanity developed in this form and cultivation was first established. Both paths work fundamentally the same, where the cultivator will take in the heavenly qi around them, subverting them to their spirit's shape, from which they then convert it to either qi and goo. Qi is tied to goo and goo to qi. Both lend to each other as much as they are polar opposites, and the two forces, when tied together, constitute the two halves that form the heavens themselves. Though I wanted to add more, the frenzy was lost. The rest was mere hypothesis and conjectures I didn't have a strong enough basis to express. The idea of cultivating goo was still one I don't fully understand, what with how the energy tried to eat at me from the inside every time I used it. There were methods with which I cultivated my qi, and I was trying to use the same methods to cultivate with goo. I had a feeling that was part of the reason why I couldn't control the goo as well. I needed a way to test with the goo, something that could mimic my dantian, but wasn't going to be inside me. I turned to my cauldron as an idea sprung. Getting up, I grabbed some spirit herbs from my garden and started a fire beneath my cauldron. Pouring in the herbs, I added some water and let it simmer for a while. Then, as the flames began to rise and the essence of the spirit herbs melded within the water, I added a trickle of goo. Steam exploded, and I jumped back. A cloud of smoke covered my sight, and my skin tinged from the heat. I stared at my cauldron, now knocked over and leaking soggy, hot herbs onto the floor mat. My heart hammered, and I forced it to settle down, walking closer. Carefully touching the cauldron to not burn myself, I flipped it over, reveling pulverized remains of the spirit herb. I picked them up, and they crumbled away like powder. That was unexpected. I noted the reaction in my notebook and took another batch of spirit herbs, this time gently feeding them goo. Heat rose within the plants as they bloated and popped, the water within them boiling in response. I extended my senses and noted a complete lack of any remnant qi present in the remains of the herbs. I could use this. My drugnade, with a sealed trigger that disintegrated upon contact with goo. The energy released seemed far more potent than just relying on fire qi, and it'd serve as the perfect trigger mechanism that wouldn't be susceptible to other cultivators, something that could easily make the difference for me in the upcoming spirit herb hunt. I began to mentally assort the grenade. It'd need a formation for the ignition, something I'd likely need to ask for help from Liu Xiang. The theory was sound in principle, and this way I could forego the need for actually making black powder and instead rely on a grenade that I could trigger with my mind whenever I pleased. Perhaps I could even add a delay to the explosion to prevent people from noticing the thin strand of goo. I rushed to my notes and began to write the ideas down, occasionally cackling in my glee at the prospect of wonderfully exploding drug grenades in the face of cultivators. Something fuzzy rubbed against my legs, interrupting my moment of glory, and I looked down. Nian meowed, rubbing against my leg, and my frown softened as I bent down to pet the silly cat. He'd never shown so much affection before. With a surprising leap, the cat landed onto my shoulders and leapt onto my desk. I rose a moment too late as the cat grabbed the few spirit herbs and bolted. Too smart. Way too smart. And it wasn't even a spirit animal yet. I scratched my head, not even bothering to steal the herbs from Nian. I was missing a familiar herb-stealing thief in this chamber. My eyes swept across the chamber, worry creeping into my heart. Where did Labby go? Chapter 59. A Desire to Grow. Tall grass rushed past Labby's form as she ran through the field, following the faint scent of the lightning qi. Lunar and thunder qi swirled in her core as she ran through the fields of the outer sects, heading beyond its boundaries and farther up the peak. A place even her great master wasn't allowed to enter. A pill remained clutched within her mouth, the boundaries of the outer sect peaks beginning to shimmer and appear in the distance. A wall surrounded the higher peak of the inner sect, the qi within the air rising with each step. Purple lightning crackled around her as she paused to sniff the scents carried across the air currents and the little trails of qi that brushed past. When she had been nothing but a common rat, she'd mindlessly followed a similar trail to find a gap within the wards to cross. The task to breach the intersect ward was more formidable, but she wasn't the common rat she used to be. The chi shimmered an invisible barrier, preventing entry, but Labby soon found a small gap within the boundaries of the walls. With a squeak of delight, Labby rushed closer, squeezing through the gaps. Chi hit her nose with a myriad of new smells. The tinge of the moon was brighter here, even during the day, and the touch of lightning chi crawled upon her skin. The air filled her with energy as her mind began to clear out more so than ever before. So, this was the fabled inner sect. "Labby, where are oo?" Labby froze as she heard her great master's voice come from their bond. It was broken and wavering due to the wards around the inner sect. She could feel her great master's concern as he tugged at her bond, calling for her. Labby almost turned back without thinking to rush to her master's side, but something held her back. Her chi wavered in turmoil, her core shuddering. Her great master spoke once more. "Labby?" The concern in his voice grew, and Labby's heart shuddered. Her great master was calling her back. He was worried about where she'd gone. Would she refuse his call? Refuse her great master? Labby looked to where she sensed her great master's voice, sending a brief link of her thoughts back, enough to reassure him that she was all right. She squeaked to the empty air, bowing her head in apology as she turned back and began to head farther within the inner sect. The last time her master had been in danger, she'd been too weak, unable to help him. She'd watched helplessly as her bond with her master crumbled, his voice fading and his chi vanishing from her. Labby had sworn she would never let that happen again. And for that, she needed to be stronger, even if it meant going against her great master's wishes sometimes. Labby felt her chi still. She'd made her choice. With renewed speed, she rushed through the inner sect's grounds, following the stronger-than-ever trail of lightning chi. The foggy and misty peaks rushed past Labby as she walked up the path. There was no one within the inner sect peak who wasn't a cultivator, and all of them were cultivators far above her in realm. Labby kept her chi hidden and confined. It was an act that came innately to her, ingrained in her very nature to hide and slither unnoticed. A nature she'd been trying to go against all this time, leaning on the impulses caused by her lightning chi. She didn't wish to be a mere rat. She was Labby, a name she took even against the wills of the chi, and she refused to settle for the fate that was preordained to her kin. The lush grass and stone path uphill gave way to a manor. Labby climbed up the walls, walking through the gaps in the stone as she jumped in with a squeak, almost dropping the pills she carried in her mouth. Arcs of lightning swirled near the entrance in a magnificent display of delicate formations, but Labby's attention was somewhere else entirely. A field filled with various spirit herbs lay in front of her, with a scent stronger than almost any other she'd smelled. It called Labby to gorge upon its delicious banquet. Labby shook her head, bringing her focus back. She couldn't get distracted now. She had a mission to complete. Squeaking the temptation out of her heart, Labby ran farther within the large courtyard and into the manor that remained near the peak of the sect. The Yan Manor. Qi swirled in Yan Yun's dantian as she meditated within her chambers. Li and Lei sparred outside, under her instructions, honing their skills as Lei Yu watched over them. Yan Yun had no intentions of lending a hand to the boys any more than she needed to, and from what she'd seen so far, the boys didn't need any either. An arc of lightning lashed around Yan Yun, striking one of the many silver needles stuck into the ground itself near her. She took a breath, calming her distracted mind, and focused on the insight she'd gained. She'd asked Zuri to provide her with some silver needles, which she'd then layered around her chambers into the earth in a 5-headed marker, within which she sat to meditate upon the words of Lu Jie and the things he'd shown her that day. Thunder chi churned in her core as she cycled her chi, carefully sensing how it moved. Lightning chi was volatile and unstable, and lightning cultivators ill-tempered and impulsive. Their path of cultivation was often a balance on the needle's edge to temper their chi, without taking the edge off its bite. It was often not the brash cultivator of lightning that people feared, but one as calm as a still lake, waiting for the right moment to strike with all their might. All her life, Yan Yun believed this balance had come as a product of exercising restraint and deep meditation. To hone her thunder, tame it, and channel it with absolute control. To not let the qi govern her, but to instead govern the qi. Yet, a spirit rat managed to show her a new path. A path consisting of not yang, but yin lightning. She hadn't believed such a thing existed, and here was a rat who'd mingled 2 separate paths into one. That of the moon, and that of thunder. A balance within the yin and the yang. Just like Lu Jie had, with gu and qi. Yan Yun clenched her fists as another strike of lightning lashed out, hitting the silver pins. She took another breath, calming her mind further. The events of the tribulation and beyond left her with shaken beliefs of the world. She wondered if she was befriending a demon, waiting to strike at her from behind for being foolish enough to trust it. The pitch-black eyes with pure white pupils Lu Jie had gained came to her mind, and a shudder crawled up her smile. At the same time, she remembered the embarrassed smile he'd sent her way. Regardless of her wishes, the oath still held true, and she feared summoning a tribulation upon her head, lest she say the wrong words about Lu Jie. She didn't fear for her survival, but for her cultivation. The thought was enough to hold her lips about her doubts. Yan Yun should take a break. She is unsettled. Yan Yun opened her eyes, stopping the channeling of qi in her dantian as she watched Lei Yu fly within the chamber and rest on her shoulder. Li and Lei? She asked quietly. Ran away. Lei Yu let them. Pesky brats that do not show any respect, Lei Yu replied with a scoff, flapping his wings as he preened. Let them be. Their foolish arrogance will only come to bite them later. Arrogance without the strength to back it is just the ramblings of a fool, Yan Yun replied. Indeed, but that is now why Lei Yu came here. What bothers Yan Yun so? The boy? Lu Jie? Yan Yun gently brushed Lei Yu's feathers. She knew the younger Lei Yu would have never let her do any such thing, but even her spirit had found his arrogance tempered at the sight they'd both witnessed. How can I not be? A tribulation at the 4th realm. A boy possessing demonic abilities and 2 cores who returned life to a crippled man, with knowledge never heard of even in our clan's archives? There aren't many stranger things than him that I've seen. Lei Yu hadn't taken Yan Yun to be a liar. Yan Yun clenched her jaw at her spirit's words, a pang stabbing her through the chest. She closed her eyes, cycling her qi as she sat in silence for a moment. I'm envious. He is a boy with no special background, with nothing to his name, yet he performs strange miracles never seen before. Despite having summoned a tribulation at such a young realm, he lives so freely, as if not bound by the chains of society. I'm envious of Lu Jie, of his freedom and his desire to grow. When did I lose mine? When did it all become about surpassing my grandfather? Lei Yu cannot answer that. It is an answer Yan Yun must realize for herself, Lei Yu spoke, flapping his wings. Yan Yun needs to think over what she wishes to achieve in her life, what her purpose and path are. I wish to be free. The words rang hollow. It was her desire to be free of her grandfather, to be free of the burden of a prodigy, but it was not why she cultivated. A talk for some other time. We have an unexpected visitor, Lei Yu said. Yan Yun sensed a tiny ball of thunder and lunar qi outside her chamber's window a moment later. She sent a thin strand of qi, opening the entrance, and a gray-furred rat stumbled in, a white lunar crescent on her forehead and a pill in her mouth. The little rat shook her head before facing them and crackling with purple lightning. Labby wishes to learn how to fight! Chapter 60. Broken Cycle. A strange sense of grief washed over me through a tangle of thoughts and emotions from Labby. I'm all right, the thought read, yet it sounded almost like an apology. Should I try to find Labby? I could still sense her vaguely, despite whatever it was blocking my bond to her. She'd been moving toward the inner sect on her own, and my concern rose. It wouldn't be a stretch of the imagination if Labby had smelled the pills or herbs on some strong cultivator and decided to give chase in hopes of snagging a bite. But something about the message made me think otherwise. I took a deep breath and looked to Sheldon sleeping nearby. Can you keep an eye out for her? If she doesn't want me to find her, then I'll respect her choice, but I can't help but feel a bit concerned. Sheldon opened his eyes, regarding me for a moment. With a light chirp, the little turtle got up. A tide of water rose beneath him as he carried himself out of the window. That was a relief. With Sheldon around, I'd have little concern even if some arrogant cultivator came and noticed Labby somewhere she shouldn't be. I returned my attention to my notes, going back to my plans for the upcoming days. I needed to contact Yan Yun in regards to the prize and details of the spirit herb hunt and how to participate. I'd also need to find a method to reach out to Zhang and Su Lin and how their journey to Taizhou was going. Not to mention practicing the earth pill that the old man told me about, writing about and exploring Gu itself, and also the Gu Drugnade. The modified version of my Drugnade, and likely the most powerful weapon I could currently acquire. I'd held some qualms over producing black powder from the fear of introducing conflict and war similar to back home here. Humanity being allowed that much power was inherently wrong. Yet, I'd been naive and foolish, forgetting just how strong cultivators were. There were 12 entire realms of cultivation. 12 realms, and each successive realm larger than before. Just Sheldon's strength was enough to level a small mountain if the turtle wished. With each progressive day I cultivated, I could feel my dantian growing stronger and brighter, that strength bolstering me. The cultivation method I'd developed with Yan Yun alternatingly cycled both qi and gu within my body, cycling between the two. The gu would damage briefly, and the qi would heal. The cycle continued eternally, and each cycle of injury and healing would leave my body sore and my spirit wavering from exhaustion. I looked at my arms, flexing the muscles. I wasn't buff, even though I should have been with the inhuman cultivation strength I possessed. My muscles were starting to firm up and gain density. I suspected even my bone density had gone up from the repeated cycle of injury and healing. Which is why I really wanted a good weighing scale to properly measure the results of this new cultivation method. I didn't want to become a muscle-addled idiot, but I wasn't going to complain about being physically more able. As they said, don't look a gift horse in the mouth. I returned my thoughts to my notes and the many things I needed to do. A lot of this would need work, But from order of priority to ease of doing and my own excitement, I put the Gu Drugnade on top. With a beaming grin, I rubbed my hands in anticipation. Who could remain calm when the prospect of spectacularly exploding things came up in front of them? I tore a piece of parchment and wrote a simple letter addressed to Liu Shang. He was the only one who knew about formations who I could ask, and they were going to play an important role in my Drugnades. "Nian?" I called out to the cat, who ignored me and continued to groom itself. "I'll give you a pill if you deliver this letter for me." The cat's ears flicked as he looked up at me. Then he returned to grooming without further reaction. Was a cat trying to negotiate with me? "2 pills if you do it quickly, but no more. I'll just send it myself otherwise," I said, holding out the rolled-up sheet of parchment. The little orange cat's gaze was nothing short of stern. Then he let out a meow, getting up from his place and hobbled over. I shook my head as I tied the scroll around Nian's neck with a thin thread. "Off you go, then," I said, patting the little bugger. He leapt to my desk, then out of my chamber. My room felt odd being empty of animals. I'd gotten used to always having Labby around, and now Sheldon. Nian was hanging out in my chamber more often than not as well. It was a bit lonely, and at the same time freeing to be alone after a long time. Gu rustled within my second core, along with a whisper in my head. "You want me to cultivate once more?" I called out loud, receiving an affirmation from Lu Jie from my spirit, as the Gu pointed to the spirit herb garden anchored to my core. My eyes widened from the realization. That was indeed something I needed to also test out. "I guess you win then. It'll be a while before Liu Shang arrives anyway," I said, walking over to my spirit herbs. I gently touched the spirit grass growing through the floor mat and boards, the roots intertwining through them and down into the earth. A network of qi was layered within the herbs, one I could tug and draw on to help bolster my cultivation. At least I could before. Was that true anymore? Gu was anathema to qi, and the spirit plants injected with it burst apart and turned to ash. "Only one way to find out," I said, taking a seat and crossing my legs. Breathing steadily, my 2 cores spun leisurely around each other at the center of my abdomen. Slowly, I tugged on the spirit herbs, pulling their qi into me. The essence within them shook as I circulated both qi and gu within their respective cores. The herbs shuddered, responding to my pull as I felt the network of qi spread. Then, I pulled on the gu, trying to draw upon the essence of the world to form the energies of death. The anchor shuddered, the network of qi recoiling from the gu, and my cultivation ground to a halt. I frowned, pulling more at the gu, letting it briefly spread through my pathway. The spirit herbs convulsed, their qi mingling with the gu. They destroyed one another, and the air around me began to heat, unseen fire licking at my clothes. Something was wrong. I could sense the flow of qi. It moves from the sky, in the air, and into the spirit herbs, before submerging into the plants as they send little motes and threads of qi toward me. Yet the gu refuses to do the same. Even the anchor refused to work with the energy, and broke apart the moment I tried to gather it from the herbs the same way I did with the qi. I occasionally retried my method to see if it would work, to no avail. My frustration increased the longer the gu wouldn't cooperate. Then it struck me. Perhaps I was drawing from the wrong source. I shifted my attention downward to the earth beneath me. I closed my eyes, cutting off my sense for qi and shifting over to my sense for gu. Slowly, I cycled the gu, drawing not from the air, but from the soil. There was death within the earth. It accepted all and was the resting ground for all life forms. If the air was what let us breathe, then the earth was our last embrace for death. The cycle snapped into place. The spirit herbs around me rustled, as if something had just mended their paths. Qi flowed from them, filling the first core where I cultivated it, and the gu filled my second core, flowing from the roots of these same herbs. Of the many dead creatures and worms that remained beneath the ground, unseen yet still nurturing life, the trickle of qi and gu began to rise, turning into a tempestuous storm. Where before I'd only been drawing on one half of the cycle, now I drew upon both, and the energies of the world filled my being to the brim. Gu pulsated within my pathways, immediately followed by qi. It was a fluctuating cycle of gu and qi, like the periodic rhythm of a sine wave that flowed through my pathways. A presence touched my spirit, rising from the earth itself. A vast presence, greater than any before. I'd seen this before, back with Sheldon when I'd been cultivating with just qi. It was the cycle of the earth, the cycle of the land and the sky, of all that came in between. The earth had seemed impossibly vast. Its spirit so large that my senses couldn't even begin to comprehend the breadth. But now, with my new sight, I saw the other half. The half of death. The divide of the yin and yang, of the sky above and the earth below, and the world that came between them. The creatures that lived encompassed by both. It was the forces that ran this world, tied to its very creation. Lu Jie's spirit was rising, his will mingling with my own as we dove deeper within the swirling tides of qi and gu. Something shifted between the eternal sky and the vast earth. They turned, and a pair of eyes gazed upon our twin souls. Words filled our mind as the qi and gu spoke as one, showing us a glimpse at what lay beyond. In the before, there was neither sky nor earth. The world was chaos, endless and seamless. But after endless eons of chaos came an axe. It split the chaos in twain, forming the yang of the sky and the yin of the earth. Thus, the world came to be. Our children bowed to both heaven and earth, to the two that governed the cycle of the world. Yet there came an interruption, a dispute among our two children upon who was worthy. A familiar story to both Lu Jie and I, the formation of the world. And there was more, the half we'd not heard before. The two split apart, diverging on separate paths. One who would gaze upon the earth, chasing the heavens that lied beyond it. The other, eternally burrowed within the embrace of the earth, waiting to rise and seize the sky from the other. The split between qi and gu. The cultivation of humans and demons. The cycle. It lies broken. The world split in two halves. Two eyes, larger than mountains, focused on me. You are not enough. There must be more for the cycle to be repaired. My soul trembled at the words, at the cycle we witnessed, unable to grasp the information being sent to it. This was but the mere surface, a glimpse at the realities of this world. Yet, even just that was enough. My body was being reinforced and broken down and reinforced and further broken down again. Sweat covered me, and something slimy started to coat my clothes. Gu and qi continued to work in tandem as my cores filled to the brim and lit a tension developed in them. If I cultivate any more, my spirit would rupture. Observe the world, learn and grow, and then perhaps, one day, we could be as one once more. I opened my eyes, sweat pouring from every inch of my body. Unable to sustain myself, I collapsed and almost gagged, the stench from my clothes absolutely rancid. Dark gunk covered them, smelling like the worst kind of sewage water you could find. "What was that?" I asked, my voice shaking. No replies came, and none would even if I spoke more. With effort, I pulled up but found my legs shivering, as if I'd just climbed a mountain twice over. I pushed myself up and pulled off my clothes, throwing them away. A brief look later, I burned the robes. I doubted I was ever going to be wearing those again. Quickly wiping my body with some water, I settled into newer clothes and took a seat, lightly circulating my chi. It had been a mere few minutes of cultivation, yet my spirit felt like it had been ready to pop. I had needed a day or more to process whatever progress both of my cores had made. Whatever it had been enough to leave me haggard. I stared in a daze, recalling the vision. It was like my mind had been fed a mountain of information, yet I was nowhere near capable enough to understand any of it. I closed my eyes, feeling at the thing that remained in my spirit. The seed that stood at the heart of my two cores. The little blossom that centered my two halves. "A broken cycle," I muttered. I moved to my pool of water with the lunar lotus and looked at my reflection. A lot had been said, with much I could not yet understand. Still, a strange sense of completion and joy filled my heart. I finally knew what my cultivation was. Chapter 61. Plans and Preparations. Poison chi swirled. Liu Xiang sat on the floor, legs folded beneath him and a bowl full of crushed herbs in front of him. A thin, near-transparent poison dripped down his silver needle before dropping into the bowl. With a hiss, smoke rose from the herbs, the green leaves turning into a deep violet slush. Liu Xiang watched carefully before dipping another thin needle into the mixture, coating it in the dark poison that began to turn invisible. "Is Liu Xiang still thinking over what happened?" Zichu asked in her whispering, chittering voice. "Is Zichu not?" Liu Xiang asked calmly, continuing to dip needles one at a time within the poison. They served as much of a purpose in healing as in killing, and he'd been trained to be prepared to do either at a moment's notice. "A tribulation at the fourth realm, strange pills, even stranger knowledge. Zichu feels wary of the boy, despite his simple demeanor. What else is he hiding? Even her chi tells her to slay the boy whenever the vile goo comes forth. You know not to heed such instincts. We are better than the impulses we carry," Liu Xiang said, finishing the last of his needles. "Does Liu Xiang plan to tell his father?" Liu Xiang snapped toward Zichu, pupils wide with an unflinching gaze. A quiet hiss rumbled from his throat as he turned back around. "Zichu wouldn't bring this up if the matter weren't so grave. Liu Xiang should know what this would mean for him in the clan if he returned with such great secrets." Liu Xiang took a long breath, a quiet hiss under his lips as he closed his eyes. He'd been hissing far too much recently. It was shameful. A moment later, he opened his eyes. "This one does not plan to share things. This one is trusted not to share. Zichu understands your attachment. The boy is one of the few to not treat Liu Xiang any different for who he is. But such attachments will only—" Liu Xiang raised his hand, cutting his spirit off. This one had expected more from Jiju. Just think for a moment, and Jiju will understand why this one does so. It is not just morals, but practicality that drives this one's actions. Liu Xiang finds the benefits greater than the immediate rewards, Jiju said. It would be beneficial for this one to know Senior better. Not to mention, This one would choose to trust Senior more over this one's father. Not a difficult choice. If one is something close to a friend, this one is intrigued about, and the other the man who shunned us out here. Jiju understands. Apologies for bringing it up. Lu Xiang nodded, letting the topic go. A few moments of silence passed between them when Lu Xiang sensed an approaching presence. A dim shimmer of qi from a familiar feline he'd become acquainted with. With a pulse of his qi, Lu Xiang opened the entrance to his chamber, and the orange cat walked in with a scroll tied around its neck. Lu Xiang watched the cat, and it stared right back, not moving any closer. Most animals disliked Lu Xiang's presence, his natural aura unnerving to all but a few reptiles. Yet the cat remained perfectly calm and still, waiting, a strange intelligence in his eyes. Lu Xiang moved closer, carefully approaching the little cat. There was an understanding between him and the animal, who was on the cusp of turning into a spirit itself. An understanding born of two predators. Gently he took the scroll, opening it up and taking a glance. A frown etched onto Lu Xiang's face, soon followed by bewilderment, and then a small smile. Rare to see Lu Xiang so expressive. What does the letter say? Jiju asked, moving closer. Lu Xiang put down the scroll, his smile turning wider. That this one's choice with Senior was correct. He picked up some herbs and gave them to the cat. The little cat licked the herbs, then to his surprise, moved in for some pets. After a brief moment of shock, Lu Xiang hesitantly ran his hand across the little cat's back. The cat walked away and ran out of the doors. Lu Xiang stared at his palm in surprise, an odd emotion building in his chest. He couldn't recall when an animal had approached him with such affection before. With his bloodline, possibly never. Lu Xiang can't be all secretive about this. Juju wants to know. Juju spoke up in a rare sign of protest. A muffled laugh escaped Lu Xiang. Senior has requested this one's help. Juju will be able to see it for herself. Let us move out now. It would be best not to let Senior wait for too long. This one has a feeling that this year's tournament is going to be slightly exceptional. Qi pulsed through my arms and fingers, sweat beading and covering my forehead as I balanced a boulder half as big as me on one of my fingers. I'd picked the closest boulder I'd found outside and brought it to my chamber for a test. After a brief moment of testing, my physical capabilities proved far more potent than before, even though I was wrung out and exhausted after the whole ordeal. I set the boulder down and punched it, thrusting my qi out as I did. Where I'd braced myself for some stinging in my hand, the solid rock instead gave away, and a small crack ran through it. I didn't manage to smash through as I would have expected a proper cultivator to be able to do, but the fact I managed to crack a rock that probably weighed 5 times as much as me, if not more, was enough to leave me stunned. Tempering the body was a concept I was familiar with. So far, something like that had been far outside of mind and Lu Jie's means, requiring rare herbs, arts, and resources. It was a money sink only available to the young, arrogant masters from big sects and powerful clans. Not something a nobody like me would be able to achieve. Yet somehow, the cycling method involving my spirit anchor managed to do just that. I had my suspicions, particularly in specifics regarding the cultivation method, where I'd cultivated not to the heavens, but to the earth using my goo. It had been different, an entirely new sensation that had previously been unfamiliar, yet it felt right. I'd sensed the gunk leaving my boy, the goo killing the impurities. I suspect it was something within the lines of artificial aging and killing of cells, then discarding the junk while the qi repaired the damage. But I couldn't speak to that without performing tests. I smashed the rock a few times into smaller pieces before I threw it outside my window, one large chunk at a time. Dusting my hands, I returned to my notes. A brief glance through, and a reading of the first law and my hypothesis regarding the first law later, I moved to a new page and began to write down my findings. There was a cycle. That much I'd been aware of from the very start. But the voice, I still didn't know where it had come from. If I had to guess, then possibly something akin to the spirit of the world. I settled on calling it the world spirit. The world spirit spoke of the cycle and the formation of the world. The heavens formed the yang, heavens being synonymous with the sky, which explained why the heavens' method of a tribulation was a storm and lightning strike. And the earth was the yin, the deathbed of all life. These two sides formed the world together as one. Something caused them to separate, forming Gu and Qi? Perhaps Gu and Qi used to be in harmony, and a diverge caused the split between them, which led to the opposing forces becoming anathema to each other. It would explain why the Qi asked for me to abandon the Gu and miasma and to consume it, giving in to the Qi itself. Oddly enough, the same instincts could be felt from the Gu, only that the miasma was violent as a baseline, and it only just got more intense when the Qi around me was enraged. Ever since I'd gotten through the tribulation, I'd found the whispers of Qi gone from my mind. There were no longer any impulses asking me to erase the miasma. My brush flew across the pages, further writing down my thoughts. The world spirit had mentioned children who disagreed with each other, causing the split. Perhaps it was referring to the split between humans and demons. Then, what would fix the cycle if it was broken? The world was governed by two forces that are separated from one another when they should be one and the same. The heavens, the earth, and people in between, channeling and bringing them together. I sensed my separate cores. They pulled toward each other, attracting, repelling, and spinning in a perpetual cycle. Yet something was clearly incomplete. The little sprout at the heart of the Gu and Qi core signified something I failed to understand. What and how would life and death come together, exist in harmony within people? If Gu mingled with Qi, the two would destroy each other. I saw no way to change that. I sighed, closing the notes. There was a lot to unravel. The world spirit could be anything. That voice, the spirit anchor, and the method to restore the broken cycle of the Qi and Gu. I lacked information, and I needed as much as I could get. Deciding to shift my attention, I opened a different set of notes and flipped through the pages before I landed on my prototype Drugnade version 2.0. The stupid diagram I'd drawn as the functional Drugnade was a simple design, and one that would likely need a lot of testing. Still, my heart thundered at the possibility of how potent this discovery could be. I spread out the notes and began to go through them. There would be a metal covering with shells attached to it to act as projectiles upon the explosion. A thin, hollow cylinder would be inside the Drugnade with 3 separate compartments. I would need formations to activate the grenade within them, else the mechanism would be too flimsy, especially without any proper springs and whatnot to make functional mechanical triggers. I'd also found out the reaction between Qi-infused water and Gu was far quicker than trying to use pills, so the first section would be my Qi-infused water. The second would contain the original Drugnade pill. The last chamber would contain the key ingredient of the Qi-Gu dual Drugnade, a pill made out of Gu. It was the biggest challenge I had to overcome in forming the Drugnade. After giving some thought to my failure with crafting a pill with Gu, and my recent cultivation with the spirit anchor, what I'd been doing wrong came to light. The 5 elements of the cauldron, spirit herb and spirit stone, were all based upon Qi. As such, the Gu reacted violently with them, turning them to ash the moment it came in contact. It had been silly to think I could send strands of Gu on its own, and it'd allow me to make a pill forged of Gu. No. What I needed was a cauldron with a formation infused not with qi, but goo. Flames that ran with goo, spirit herbs similar to the parasite in Taizhou that contained goo within itself, and water that was saturated with goo. When I had all the elements combined, then I should be able to craft my goo fire drugnade. Thankfully, I had just the right spirit rat and turtle for the task. Excitement filled my chest. Just then, I sensed a familiar presence heading toward my chamber. I got up and headed for the gate to welcome Liu Xianxia. If the heavens would zap me with lightning, then I would just have to create drug nukes to blast that arrogance away. In the name of science. Chapter 62. Formation Arts. Formation Arts smiled upon seeing Liu Xiang, receiving a light smile back. Stepping aside, I led Liu Xiang in, closing the doors. Thanks for coming so quickly. I'd actually expected you to be busy and take some time, if not just refuse, I said. Liu Xiang's eyes lightly ran across my room before returning to me. Surely, Senior jests. After what this one read in that letter, how could this one not rush here? This one has already seen these exploding pills at work before in Taizhou. To be able to improve upon them would provide for a great weapon. I grinned, happy to have the excitement for Drugnade 2.0 shared. Forgive me for prying, Senior, but are those the obfuscation formations Senior had asked this one about? Liu Xiang asked, taking in the papers with the barely functional formations stuck on my walls. Ah, yeah. I tried my best, but I doubt it's anywhere near good enough. I tested and felt it worked well enough for my purposes. After some trial and error, I decided to stick to this one. Liu Xiang nodded, walking closer to touch one of the slips. Senior has imprinted the characters, but this one can note a lack of understanding of the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams? I asked curiously. Senior isn't aware? Liu Xiang asked in surprise. I shook my head. I felt as if I'd heard about something similar, but that was far from actually understanding what he was talking about. Very well. Would it be okay if this one redoes the formation? Liu Xiang asked. I'd be extremely grateful if you did. Liu Xiang extended his hand. A pulse of qi had the slips of paper peeling off the walls and flying into his hand. Nearly folding them, he ran his hand across the papers, erasing the characters. If this one could have a brush, Liu Xiang said. I promptly handed over my brush. Taking a seat, Liu Xiang set the papers on the ground and began to write. Senior should surely know of yin and yang, and of the 5 elements? Liu Xiang asked, and I nodded. Fire, wood, earth, water, and metal, right? I said. Indeed. Those form the basis of the world within which we live. Yet the cycle of yin and yang is not limited to purely those. There are 8 principles upon which the cycle of yin and yang depends. The formation arts are based upon these, and this one formation is that of wind, Liu Xiang said, his hand smoothly gliding across the page. I marveled at the beautiful writing and the uniform spread of qi placed within each slip of paper. It was quite good, something even my untrained eyes could see. What would the 8 principles be? I asked, my curiosity piqued. The first and foremost are the heavens, or the sky above, the source of all within this earth. The heavens represent creation in its whole. After the heavens is lake or marsh. Then there is fire, thunder, wind, water, mountain, and lastly, the earth. These 8 form the 8 pillars of our reality, at the crown of which remains the heavens, the origin and end of all. Thinking over his words made me frown. The heavens were the origin of all. That was what the cultivators of the Empire believed. Yet the vision I'd seen from the world spirit showed heaven and earth, the two ends of yin and yang, forming a whole, and the combination of which had formed all the other elements. Perhaps there were some secrets that the Qi wished to keep from the cultivators, and the nature of cultivating both heaven and earth could be one of them. Doing so would not only require cultivating Qi and Gu, but would also require not just gathering insights and elixirs to grow stronger, but a deeper look within oneself to battle your inner demons and overcome them. Thus, taming the Gu within your heart and cultivating it. Because no one was without flaw. Perhaps ignoring the Gu and their inner demons was part of why the cultivators were so arrogant and borderline psychopathic. It was something to think over. I watched as Lao Shang finished his work. He raised his hand, and the slips of papers lit up with golden qi, then spread in 8 directions, sticking to the walls. My ears popped as an invisible dome covered my chamber, signifying the ward coming into place. Senior's little garden should be enough to keep this ward functioning on its own, Lao Shang said, and I nodded in gratitude. I'd be interested in learning more about the formation arts and the 8 principles of nature from you. But for now, let's work on the thing you have come here for, I said, picking up my notes and setting them in front of Lao Shang. Have a look. I opened the area of the Drugnade that I'd written in the language here for Lao Shang. Lao Shang went through my notes, my giddiness growing when I noted the wide eyes and brief emotional responses as he read. Is Senior sure about this? Alchemy with Gu. Is such a thing truly possible? Guess we'll find out, I replied with a cheery smile. Lao Shang remained unmoving for a beat. Then his lips curved up just a little. Leaving that aside, is the formation something you can recreate? It'd need to respond to my specific qi only, so that random people can't trigger the Drugnade when I'm carrying it. It'd also need to combine the qi and gu, and have a method to ignite, carry that heat throughout, and maintain enough pressure until the breaking point cracks the seams of the shards from the inside. Lao Shang frowned, looking down. This one would have to work out the specifics for the workings of the metal contained and the moving plates, but it certainly looks doable. It would likely also be quite expensive to make each of these. Oh yeah, I definitely expected that much. It'll be a weapon I don't plan to use unless I really and absolutely need to, I replied. This one doesn't understand the purpose of these bumps. It says they are to act as projectiles that pierce the body of any nearby at high speeds. But wouldn't the explosion eat through them? Not to mention the projectiles would only harm those at Realm 2 or 3. Anyone within the second circle is unlikely to be heavily injured with these, Liu Shang said. I see your point, but the goal isn't not to kill. There's always the option of layering the shell with goo, which would be devastating, but I don't plan to do that. The thin seams between each projectile shard is where the metal will break apart, launching the shards at ridiculous speeds. There would be little way to dodge it, and getting hit in the eye could kill even a cultivator. The main strength of the weapon also comes from the strength of the explosion. The shards just provide extra range, I said, and watched as each word widened Liu Shang's eyes even more. Such a weapon. It would be indiscriminate in its path and ruthless. This one's. Does Senior truly wish to create more of such weapons? Liu Shang asked, staring at me with that unblinking stare he sometimes did. A rueful smile touched my lips. If only that was the extent of the merciless and indiscriminately killing weapons humanity had invented back home. As I mentioned, I plan to only use this if the need arises. As for further weapons, well, I have some ideas. There is a lot that can be done, but a lot that needs to be tested first. I don't plan to start any wars, but in this harsh world, these are the only cards I have to play, I replied, my voice determined as I matched Liu Shang's unblinking stare. He nodded, satisfied with my reply. Very well. This one is willing to help Senior on this weapon Senior has, but this one would like to receive one such weapon as well. I'd already been thinking on how to repay Liu Shang for his help. This would be a suitable way. I do hope you know the risks that come with carrying a weapon with goo in it. I trust you enough to know you won't misuse it, but I'd still just like to remind you, I said. Senor need not worry. This one does not intend to use this weapon at all, unless it is a matter of life and death, if even then. I nodded, and my smile began to return. In that case, shall we start? Liao Xiang nodded, and we sat together with my notes discussing ideas. Time flew, bringing with it a strange sense of satisfaction. For the first time ever, I could share some of my ideas and theories with someone. There was still much I couldn't share, unless I taught them English, but even just this was enough to make me really happy. I relished these few hours of joy, sharing my love for discovery and exploration with someone else. Sunlight faded when I bid Liao Xiang farewell. Time had passed in a blur as the two of us bounced back ideas for the outer casing, the respecting formation arts, and the mechanisms of the Drugnade 2.0. There was still much to be done. We'd barely started, but at least the legs of our project had started to form, and I was a lot more knowledgeable about the workings of formations now than I was a few hours ago. I stood at my gate, sensing two sources of familiar qi moving closer to me. Sheldon walked in with Labby lying on his back, her qi subdued and dim. Had fun? I asked Labby, who let out a tired squeak instead of replying. Labby felt exhausted, and I let her have her rest. Whatever she'd gone off to and done, it helped her settle down. The constant rumbling of her qi ever since my tribulation had finally quieted, as if she'd found her peace with something. That brought about a bit of melancholy, watching my little baby rat growing up on her own. Sheldon turned to look at me, his words briefly touching my mind. Saw. Broken. Cycle? I did, and I have a lot of questions. Something I'll need to think over in the inner world as I cultivate. Chirp, Sheldon replied, dumping Labby onto the ground before he walked into his little sectioned-off pool, swimming about. My, oh my, how one section of my room must look. Dug in with a pool of water complete with a lotus and covered in plants and spirit herbs. The herbs had slowly but surely begun growing on the walls as nature began spreading from that section. I'd need to section off the spirit herb garden so that it doesn't spread beyond the little area it was in. Truly, the world never ended. I felt fur on my feet and looked down to see Nian rubbing against me, with a scroll in his mouth. I bent down, petting the little cat, as I handed him his 2 pills and took the scroll. I opened the message, reading the contents. The day just kept getting better. Sulin, Granny, and the rest had reached Taizhou. Chapter 63. A New Home. Sulin took a deep breath, grunting as he pulled the heavy cart, reinforcing his arms and feet with qi. Cao Chen pulled alongside him, the wooden cart bumping around, getting over the rock blocking its path. Be careful, you fool. You'll throw this old woman off, Granny Lang shouted from the cart she rested on, going through the packed sack of herbs and her other items. Zhang rested next to the granny, looking healthier by the day. Life had returned to his body, his limbs gaining mass as his appetite returned. Sulin sometimes struggled to believe any of this was true, that the brother who'd suffered for so long had well and truly returned to them. Cao Chen patted his shoulders, and they returned to their efforts at pulling the cart. After a moment, Su Lin felt a jerk as the cart seemed to lighten itself, and Zhang appeared, patting Cao Chen's shoulder. "Let me pull, Chen. You should rest. But, brother, no buts. You're tired, and I wish to test my limits. I've been stuck far too long, unable to move, and my heart aches for some work. Won't you let me have this, brother?" Chen deflated under Zhang's smile, and a matching grin rose on Su Lin's face upon seeing his brother in such spirits. "Just go rest, Chen. You know how Brother Zhang is when he decides on something," Su Lin said. Chen sighed and climbed into the cart, taking a seat next to Granny among all the items. Zhang grabbed the handle, and Su Lin noted the qi flowing through him as he pulled. The cart rushed ahead with increased speed. Su Lin had to nearly jog to keep up. Even while recovering, his brother was still in the third realm, an entire realm above him. Perhaps it was time to begin cultivating again, even if just to catch up to his brother. "Brother Zhang, I know you want to run around after being stuck for so long, but are you sure about going this fast? Your pathways may get injured," Su Lin said. "My pathways are recovering. No, not recovering. They are being built anew. I do not know what that boy did. Nothing short of a miracle, that's for sure. But I don't feel any strain from doing this," Zhang said. Zhang's expression was blank, as if he himself still struggled to believe what he was experiencing. Su Lin eyed his brother, his chest tightening, and he let the emotion fade. "Yeah, I used to hate saying this, but the heavens truly blessed us the day I met Lu Jie. I'd almost stolen his pill that day and ran off, thinking him a foolish and naive disciple. It had been a whim that I'd gone along with his words, thinking it'd be some easy money made, and I'd just buy more spirit herbs for Granny to make pills for you," Su Lin said. "You know, I have vague memories from when he'd set the blossom within my core, returning life to me. I'd lost myself to grief and despair. Living each day in such agony hadn't been why I wished to die. It was the moment I regained hope, the moment my heart started to believe I could recover. It had broken me, left me a husk, and I'd lost my mind within the haze," Zhang said. "Sometimes I find the fear returning, that all of this is nothing but a dream. I inadvertently started to cultivate yesterday when channeling my qi. Pain shot through my core, and it dawned upon me that I was still broken. What a greedy brother you have, Su Lin, who just regained his life a few days ago and now wishes to again chase the heavens." "What nonsense! Greed is the nature of man. If a runt like you won't be greedy, then what would become of an old lady like me?" Old Granny said, letting out a plume of smoke, a burning pipe in hand. "You've gained your life anew, boy. It will be some time before the scars heal. Take your time and live your life happily, and if you wish, then continue to dream. That boy is abnormal. I can't tell how much the old greedy fool has planned for it. I've thought him over his foolish notion of saving his grandson. But perhaps I was the fool here." "Grandson?" Su Lin asked. "Yeah, grandson. The old fool used to have one, the pride of his heart. I'd thought he'd directed such feelings toward the boy, picking a new disciple all these years later of all things. But after witnessing the boy's capabilities, perhaps he has different plans entirely." Su Lin glanced over his shoulder at the granny, who took another puff from her pipe before resting against the items and closing her eyes. "Oh, I see Taizhou," Cao Chen spoke up from the back of the cart, standing to get a better view. Sure enough, the little village appeared in the distance. Su Lin took in the town with mixed emotions, wondering what awaited them in their new homes. His gaze turned to Zhang next to him, and Su Lin took a deep breath, pulling ahead with renewed vigor. A new home awaited. The moon spirit, Xianxia, glided across the cavern floors. Arcs of lunar qi cut through any dead creatures taken over by the parasitic plants, their roots burned from the inside. "Do you sense any demonic cultivators, Xianxia?" Elder Tianfeng asked, a scroll open in his hand and his brush gliding across the pages with ink that lit up with qi. Tearing out the page, he threw it outward, and an explosion ripped apart the wolf corpses being moved about by the spirit spores. "Outside of the plants, none. The qi vein has been eating through any miasma that rises." Tianfeng grunted, closing in on a lake. Cracks ran through the ground and walls, with marks of fire and a mass of thick dead vines at the center. He pulsed his qi, calling his clones back. The shadows beneath his feet rustled as his other halves gilded closer, turning into little dolls of paper that Tianfeng grabbed and stored away with a pulse of qi. "The miasma roots have been purified." "No, there is little sign of purification by qi," Xianxia spoke, moving closer to the roots.
Little seeds sat upon them, with tiny little clumps of miasma present, waiting for the opportune moment to take root and spring a new infestation. A lunar crescent slashed through them all, destroying the seeds with a sizzling hiss. Tianfeng bent down, touching the dirt near the lake. Something massive had been dragged out beyond this lake. The elder closed his eyes, a stroke of his brush leaving characters imprinted onto the air itself. With a ripple that shook reality, fog arose around him, and a misty vision played itself. Tianfeng watched the sequence of events alongside his spirit.
"The boy purified the miasma?" Xianxia asked, her robes shifting in an unseen wind as her face unveiled itself for just the barest of moments. "No, something else entirely. He did manage to rid the spirit of miasma, and the rest was taken care of by its breakthrough," Tianfeng said, eyes gliding across the vision as the events unfolded. "Does Tianfeng plan to divine the boy's future? I had found him interesting merely for his split soul and interesting spirit, but being able to cure a dying spirit of miasma, the other elders would wish to know of this." "You've not heard of the news?" Tianfeng asked, marveling at Xianxia. "You know better than to keep mysteries from me, Tianfeng," Xianxia said, a cold wind howling through the caverns as she moved in closer to the elder. Tianfeng remained calm, and his spirit took a step back. "Truly? Is it such a grave matter?" "There has been a tribulation," Tianfeng replied. "A new elder?" "No. The sect isn't aware of who it is. They have failed to find the elder and have decided to respect the new elder's wish for privacy. It is believed the name would soon be announced. No sect would keep a new elder amongst them hidden away," Tianfeng said, heading back outside the qi vein. "How does this concern the boy?" The elder leveled a heavy stare on Xianxia.
The moon spirit gazed upon him, a chilling howl cutting through the caverns as the light of the moon glistened within the sky. "That can't be. He's merely in the third realm. Sisters, how has the sect not found him yet?" "I've blurred his fate, covering his presence. All the sect knows as of now is that an elder appeared within the city, and that tribulations have been frequently appearing within the skies. They believe it is a sign of turbulent times ahead." "Tianfeng, this is treason. To hide the presence of this boy like so? Has he truly decreed you do such?" Xianxia asked, her voice quivering, accompanied by the rustle of qi. Tianfeng nodded. "He is to be observed for now. His fate has not yet been decided. But one thing is for certain. The sect must not have the boy." Light shimmered into the dark tunnel from the outside.
As the elder returned to the outside, his spirit faded away to Qi as she returned to his dantian. With a few precise strokes of his brush, Elder Qian Feng carved 4 characters upon the entrance, and a shimmering ward appeared on top of it. A wave of qi had the entrance crumbling shut once more, to prevent any curious mortals from trying to wander in. Turning around, the elder walked toward the village. Qi pulsed through his feet as the world blurred around him, and within a few moments, he found himself standing outside the house of the village head. The elder sensed unfamiliar presences of cultivators within, noting the old woman alongside them. She'd come here too? Shen Yue rustled within his core, manifesting outward, and walked within the chambers in a rush. Qian Feng followed. The village head froze before rushing to him in a bow. Qian Feng ignored the elder, his eyes shifting to Shen Yue, who stared at a young boy in surprise, with a blooming lotus stitching together his shattered core.
A moment later, his spirit spoke, her words shaking the qi as all within the chamber besides him and the old woman fell to their knees.
What is the lunar blossom doing in your core?
Chapter 64. Checking in. The rush of the wind passing by filled my ears, and the world passed by in a blur of colors. Even running as fast as I could, my mind struggled to keep up with the fact that a human could move at such speed. It was one thing to sit inside a car and watch the world zip by, and another to feel the rush of the wind in rhythm with the movement of your body as you flew across vast grasslands. I had picked up a movement technique from the library after consulting Lu Xiang over the last week that we'd spent working on the Drugnade's outer frame and formations. The movement art was called wind step and was quite literally exactly as it sounded. Gathering my qi near feet all the way to my abdomen, you kick out with a burst of wind. I was on my way to Taizhou, having almost finished my work on the frame for the Drugnade. The visit here had both been prompted to check in on Su Lin and the rest, alongside my own purposes within the qi vein, where I suspected I could find some remnants of gu spirit herbs. What surprised me was when Labby elected not to accompany me on the journey. She'd been frequently going to the inner sect, and while I felt safe enough to leave her in Yen Yun's care, I still sent Sheldon after her to keep an eye on things. If Labby didn't want to tell me about her new training routine with martial arts, then I planned to respect her choice and not pry into the topic. Though that didn't mean I'd let her run around freely within the inner sect, where any cultivator could kill her with a flick of their wrist. I also couldn't deny a strange overprotectiveness that rose within me when I noticed Labby starting to grow independent and trying things on her own. Her world had revolved around me ever since she'd broken through, and though I was aware she needed this independence and look at the world with her own eyes, it still felt a bit lonely witnessing it happening. What a weird feeling. The town was starting to appear in the distance. With a renewed pulse of qi, I kicked off harder, rushing at ever faster speeds toward Taizhou. I'd continued to cultivate with the spirit herbs every so often, and while there had been no new visions or voices, I'd definitely felt the flow of qi from the air around me to one of my cores, while the gu flowed to my other core from the earth. The process left me exhausted and shivering each time, though the amount of gunk coming out of my body reduced substantially with each iteration. I'd already burned through 3 sets of robes due to that, and had to ask for more, explaining away the loss as an accident. And, disgustingly enough, I'd also stored the gunk in a little box after experimenting with it. It was impurities from my body, if I was to follow the textbooks from the library, but I was damn sure the human body didn't come with cancerous black gunk inside of it. At least, I was reasonably sure that was the case. Whatever the case, I'd certainly benefited from the new cultivation. My body felt lighter, and my skin somehow softened despite the layer of firm muscles building underneath it.
It was a surreal sensation. Yet it also felt undeniably good, even if the cultivation process itself was horrendously painful. Feeling my body break down and repair itself over and over again was not a pleasant sensation. My attention shifted back to the village when the cries of kids running around, first in fear and then in curiosity at spotting me, reached my ears. I waved awkwardly, wondering if any of them remembered me, when a kid jumped out. "It's Savior Lu Jie!" I almost stumbled at the words, and the kids ran about in a frenzy. People began to walk out of their homes, looking at me with wide eyes as the gaggle of kids surrounded me with shining eyes. "Savior Lu Jie, is it true you wrestled a turtle larger than a mountain?" a kid asked. "Shut up, Li. You know nothing."
Savior Lu Jie burned through those scary wolves that moved even beyond death in a single breath. "No mountain turtle can hold him back," another kid shouted, then gave me a quick glance as if asking me to validate his story. "It's not a lie. My pa told me himself. A turtle bigger than anything he'd seen, and Savior Lu Jie beat it with just a single outstretched hand, taming the wild beast." "He also healed the handsome brother as well," another kid shouted. I stared in confusion, looking around to the adults smiling nearby to ask for help. "Kids, stop bothering the honored cultivator or I'll send you to the old lady," a girl shouted, walking in as kids all ran around, rushing away at her words. "Please forgive the children. We don't get visitors here often, and honored cultivator's friends have become a target of tales and fables for the kids," the girl said with a bow. I squinted at the girl, struggling to remember her face when the memories returned. Ah, she was the village head's daughter. Yin was her name, I think. "Oh, it's all right. I was just surprised to see them so friendly compared to before," I said. She glared at any kid who tried to hide and sneak around, and when she returned her focus to me, her eyes wouldn't rise to meet my own. "Forgive me if I overstep myself, honored cultivator, but it is relieving to see that you too are human. The only time before this that we'd met a cultivator had been upon news of some disaster or other similar dealings with spirits. As cultivators do not mingle with mortals like us much. Having cultivators now living amongst us, and having one such as you save the people of this town, has done a lot to change our views." "I see," I said, looking at the kids happily running about. There were still many who were hesitant and afraid to come near me. I smiled at one kid staring at me, giving him a wave. He promptly ran away, hiding behind his mother's back, and I chuckled. "You can drop the honored cultivator stuff and look at me when talking to me," I said to Yin. "But honored culti—" I cut her off with a raise of my hand. "My name is Lu Jie, and if anything, I'd rather be called an honored mad scientist." Yin nodded, looking up at me. "Understood, Lu Jie." "Right then. Can you take me to Su Lin and Granny Lung, wherever they may be staying?" "Gladly," Yin said, and I followed behind her. The path led across the village of Taizhou, and we were interrupted more than once by kids jumping on the poor girl, using her as a method to talk to me a bit more. It felt weird to be given so much attention, and a part of me wanted to just walk back and rush into my room with my comforting notes and thoughts. But another part of me, a part sleeping inside my spirit, relished the attention and the sensation of being wanted. Right at the outskirts of the town was what looked to be a newly formed home, with parts still in the works. I extended my senses, finding Granny working within, and Su Lin and the rest nearby, working on the house and other things. It'd be an incredible boon to have an alchemist in the village. My mother used to know a few things about healing and herbs, but any serious injuries or illness had to be rushed to the city for treatment. With cultivators in the village, perhaps we'd even be able to obtain some resources from the Qi vein, Yin said, her voice rising in excitement.
She caught herself a moment later, turning away. "Apologies, I forgot myself." I waved her apology away, not paying much mind. The people here weren't used to a cultivator being so casual. Well, they ought to be, because I had many plans in mind for this place. "Ah, boy, you've arrived too?" Granny spoke from within her shop, which was rather odd. She never talked to anyone when making her pills. "What? You look as if you've just seen a ghost. This old woman won't die that easily."
She cackled, and I smiled, walking closer and regarded the old woman. Somehow, she looked better than she had before. "It seems you're liking it here?" I asked, raising an eyebrow.
"Bah, I can live anywhere, as long as I have enough spirit herbs to perform my craft. If you told me there would be so many to be found, I would have ran here on my own," Granny Lang said, cackling to herself, and I echoed her cheerful mood.
"Ah, Brother Lujie," a familiar voice said, and I turned, freezing mid-step. A face with familiar, rat-like features looked at me, yet the bucked teeth were the only similarity to Su Lin that I could recognize. Instead of shaggy hair and rough robes, there was a cultivator standing in front of me, with sharply cut hair tied behind his back, properly revealing his face for the first time. The typical slouch I associated with him was nowhere to be seen. He stood tall, extending to his full height, with a sharp expression. "Who are you, and what did you do to Su Lin?" I exclaimed in mock shock. Su Lin scrunched his face in confusion and turned to Granny in confusion.
"Would you like it if I talk like this, then?"
He spoke, grinning, and I chuckled, extending my fist. Su Lin bumped his to mine. "It's good to see you, Lujie." "You too, Su Lin. You changed a lot in just a week, huh?" I asked, and Su Lin looked at me with an odd expression. "Apparently, I weren't regal enough, and Brother Jiang wanted to leave a good impression, so," Su Lin said with a shrug, slipping back into his natural speaking method. "Where is he?" I asked, and got my answer before Su Lin needed to reply. The sensation of the lunar blossom set as my spirit anchor reached me. I turned around and was greeted by Jiang, his head dipped in a bow. His looks were almost back to what I'd seen in his core, the vision of a cultivator with bright, burning eyes. I smiled, patting Jiang's shoulders, and he lifted his head.
"It's good to see you're doing well," I said, sensing his lotus.
"All thanks to you," Jiang replied. "I hope there's been no issues with the lotus bloom. It's all quite untested, and you're my first patient, so to speak, so feel free to send me a letter if something comes up," I said, and Jiang shook his head. "On the contrary, I feel better, almost as good as I had back when I could cultivate. I know I've said this often, but this is a debt I'll never be able to repay," Jiang said. "You'll totally be able to. The data I'll gather from studying the lunar blossom will be worth more than enough for whatever help I provided," I replied with a grin, patting Jiang's shoulder when I saw him try to refute my words. "Boy, in regards to that, as I'd written in the letter, an elder from the sect had come and recognized the flower you've set in Jiang's core. He left something for you that you should have a look at," Granny Lang said, and I frowned. "Elder Tianfeng?" I asked, having narrowed it down to the only possible elder who would know about the lunar blossom. I didn't get a name, but he had a moon spirit who was very interested in the blossom, and, more importantly, you. "Come in and have a look for yourself," Granny said, and I followed her inside. I glanced idly around the house. There were many herbs hanging around like Granny's old shop, and I shook my head. We headed farther into what looked to be Granny's chamber, and the old woman picked up a wooden box. "He told me to hand you this whenever you came by," Granny said, handing me the box. I noted the strong seal set on it with 4 glowing characters.
It was only due to practicing with Liu Shang on formations that I was able to detect the lock present within the seal, and pulsed my qi, unlocking the box. Gently, I opened the case and took out a folded scroll inside when something else present within caught my attention. There was a seed of goo beneath the scroll.
Chapter 65. How to Start a Drug Empire. I picked up the seed, sensing the goo present in it. My eyes shifted to the scroll, and I opened it. My frown grew deeper the more I read. It was a short note with details on possible methods to grow the seed of goo without letting it spread. A formation was inscribed on the scroll itself that would prevent the vicious plant from spreading. At the end were some possible ways to improve the lotus bloom I'd set in Zheng's core, alongside the flaws caused by my impromptu method. A thought lingered in my mind as I read through the scroll a couple of times, trying to see if there were any other hidden messages. How did he know any of this? Especially that I needed a seed of goo, much less providing me one. A strange anxiety filled me at the idea that someone might be observing me from afar, and if so, why reach out to me like this? It had likely been naive to hope, after causing a tribulation, that no one would notice me. Yet, why would anyone think the old outer sect disciple who likes to hole up in his room surely must have been the one? I'd banked on the fact that my presence was barely noticeable within the sect to keep people from figuring things out. Did Yen Yun or any of the others mention something about me? I shook the thought out of my head. I doubt they would. Even if they did, who would believe them? Another thought occurred to me. Perhaps this is a test. The elder could have figured out that since we'd freed Sheldon from the cave, and the miasma had been present there, that I might somehow be related, and left this as a way to gauge my reaction. "What's eating at you, boy?" Granny Lang asked. Her eyes shifted to the seed in my hand, and she squinted. Ah, so it had been bloodroot. Figures. Bloodroot? It's one of the few demonic plants that can absorb qi from the blood of living creatures. Nasty thing, that. Still, it's good to form some elixirs, as it can suck up all the impurities, leaving the pure qi at its flower. It's a rare herb, boy, but just as deadly as well. They allow the use of this? I asked. I'd think something like this would be set aside and eradicated on the spot, due to the miasma present in it. The halls don't allow the sale of bloodroot, but using it to craft pills is fine, as long as you can prevent its spread. There's a hefty fine if you do. If allowed to grow out of hand, it can become a danger to powerful cultivators. The image of Sheldon suffering, struck under the ties of this plant, with qi slowly being drained out of him at all times, came to me, and I nodded. I put the seed back in its box, closing the lid, and the seal reactivated. I guess I had the miasma plant I'd come looking for. That was a bit underwhelming. Granny, how do you think the elder knew I needed something like this? The spirits of the moon are tied to dreams, and dreams are tied to both the past and the future. The elder must have seen a vision. It isn't rare with powerful cultivators that follow the path of divination and the lunar arts, Granny said, going back to the front of the house, and I followed behind her. The first encounter I had with the moon spirit came to mind, of how I'd been led to Liu Shang, right as I'd been looking for a way to access the second floor of the library. I shrugged. Somehow I couldn't bring myself to worry too much over the topic. The elder had been nothing but helpful so far. If he'd wanted to do something, I suspect he'd have long since done it. Su Lin and Zhang were working in the front area. I joined them, alongside Granny, and coughed to catch their attention. Not to disturb you guys while you're setting up your new home, but I had a few things I wanted to talk about, especially for my plans regarding all of you, this village, and my own future, I said, and dug into my sleeve to take out a notebook. I plan to move to have my lab in Taizhou, possibly the perfect place for me with its proximity to the qi vein, the city, and abundance of spirit herbs. And alongside moving here, I also plan to open a lab and something like a school. This is what I'll be using to do that, I said, extending the little notebook. Sulin took the offered notes, glancing through the pages. Aren't these what you were talking about that day? Yes, it is indeed what I talked about that day. Science. The very basics of it, rather. The portions I could write without my dear heavens getting angry with me. It needs a lot, and I mean a lot of work and refining before it will be anywhere near a satisfactory level. But this book contains the basics for most of what the scientific model of the world is based on, albeit an incomplete one, I said, receiving a look of confusion all around. To put it simply, I want the kids here to know how to read and write, and do basic maths at the very least, and I plan to teach that. I also looked into how they made books here, and managed to come up with a very basic idea for a printing press. All we need now is to find some sort of mechanic who can take a look at the plans in there and tell me if they're feasible or not. I have a lot of other plans and diagrams for things I want to make, so that's another thing I'd like you and the villagers to help with. Finding people who can help me build things and build my lab. What you need all this for, though? Why teach all the runts how to read? They'd be grateful for sure, but I see nothing in it for you. And I know even you ain't that big a saint, Sulin said. That's where you're wrong. The nothing in it for me part, not the saint bit. There is something in it for me. I want to spread knowledge and understanding, and I refuse to live under the chains the heavens are trying to put around me. For how long, though? How much will be done to stop me? How many people must know before the heavens accepts its losses? I don't know, but I plan to find out, I said, almost wondering if I'd get a theatrical rumble from the heavens to my blasphemy. You're insane, Sulin whispered, and Granny Lang cackled behind me. Kids, at this rate this old lady will outlive all of you, she exclaimed, and cackled once more. I don't understand the purpose behind this, but my life is already yours, Lucia. I'd gladly help out, Zhang said with a bow. No need to be so stiff. It'll be a slow process, but one I anticipate will have a long-lasting impact if things work out. In either case, I plan to open my lab here, and I'll need people. Not to mention, I'll need herbs, and I've got some notes there for methods on how to start a spirit herb farm using Zhang's lunar blossom. It probably won't work, honestly, but with Granny around, I'm sure you guys can find a way. I sensed a presence nearby, and whoever it was ran away in a rush. Odd. I let the thought go. The prize from the spirit herb hunt will likely help with the money side of things, and I do plan to win. I've got just the thing being prepared for the tournament, I said, my grin growing wider the closer I came to creating my Drugnade 2.0. Let us start preparation for the seeds of our future drug empire, I announced to the world, and this time I did get a theatrical rumble from the heavens, and I broke out in merry laughter. Yin stumbled back, her hand covering her mouth as she ran back to her home. She knew eavesdropping was shameful, and no matter how friendly these cultivators appeared, she should have been more careful. Yet the cultivator Lu Jie had simply been too strange for her to ignore. Too familiar in the strangest way. And with what she'd just heard. Yin rushed back to her home, going straight to her own chamber, the chamber her grandfather had lived in and gifted to her in his will. She walked up to the rows of books on medicine and herbs kept by her mother, and crouched down, pulling on an old dusty drawer she hadn't opened in years, ever since she'd lost her grandfather. She opened the drawer, taking out his diary, the only thing he wouldn't let anyone but her look at. Yin stared at the diary, slowly opening the pages. It was filled with words everyone else in this world was unfamiliar with. words that curved, squiggled, and twisted and turned instead of the regal, sharp strokes. A language that only she and her grandfather had known in this whole, entire world. She flipped through the pages, finding his musings about historical advances from his home, as he'd said. Her eyes soon stumbled upon the printing press written on one of the pages, as something he'd thought about building one day. Yin covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Was Lu Jie truly? No, the cultivator would have been born long before her grandfather died. Yet the similarities were all there. The attitude, the disregard for customs, the strange method of talking. It had been different enough to not be in her notice instantly, but the more she thought over it, the more similarities she saw. Yin closed the book, hugging it close to her chest. She didn't know yet, but she would watch. And if he truly knew, then perhaps there truly would come a day when her grandfather's dreams would finally come true.
Chapter 66. Spirit's Roots. After a brief talk with everyone regarding my plans for Taizhou, I set my eyes toward Cao Chen. The boy stood in the back, his arms and chest broad and sturdy, coated with dirt in a way that somehow added to him. I barely interacted with Cao Chen in all the time I'd known Su Lin. Now that I thought about it, the same went for Zhang. Even with everything I'd done, I barely knew the boy, or how Su Lin and the rest of them had come to swear each other as brothers. Cao Chen dipped his lightly. "Do you need something?" he asked, hauling over a large bag that looked to be filled with dirt. "No, I was just curious, you see. For better or for worse, all of you are involved with me and my plans, and I'm involved with you. But I realize that outside of Su Lin, I don't really know the two of you too well. Like how you came to the Seventh Peak or the Cloudy Peaks sect and became sworn brothers." Cao Chen glanced briefly to Su Lin and Zhang. "If you don't mind sharing, I'd like to know more." "The heavens will strike me down if I refuse after everything you've done, Lu Jie. But I'm afraid there's not much to be heard in this story, like you seem to be expecting," Cao Chen said, putting the heavy bag down with a thud. I eyed the bag momentarily and the ease with which he moved it around. For a second-realm cultivator, he may very well be close to being pure physical strength. "Where to even begin?" Cao Chen trailed off, taking a seat, and I followed along. Zhang and Su Lin looked at each other once before they too settled down on the floor with me. "Wasn't it Su Lin who stole from me when we met?" Zhang said, and Cao Chen laughed while Su Lin looked around, embarrassed. "Well, you'd challenged him to a duel and lost in 5 blows, Su Lin countered, and Cao Chen's smile slipped, sending Zhang into a harder fit of laughter. "Well, I will say that the spar was a lot closer than you may think. Cao hits hard." "I just was at a higher realm," Zhang said in a consoling voice, and Cao Chen folded his arms. "Don't you say that, brother. I accepted defeat for what it was. No need to chalk it up to anything but a lack of skill." "Seems like you guys just made trouble for each other," I said with a smile, and the brothers laughed again. "You have no idea how right you are, Lu Jie. No idea at all," Su Lin said as Cao elbowed him. They bickered amongst themselves, and I felt as if I'd finally been let in on a group I had never truly been a part of. "How'd you meet Granny then?" I asked curiously. "Su Lin stole from her, got caught. She beat him up and he agreed to sell her pills to the underground market for more money if she let him go," Zhang said with a chuckle. I burst out laughing at the image of the old granny beating up Su Lin, and the surprise on a cultivator's face from being beaten up by an old woman. "We'd all come from different parts of the empire," Cao Chen continued. "Su Lin was born here in the city. I lived in a village to the east of the Seventh Peak. and Brother Zhang came from much farther south. It had been a strange turn of fate that we met, and if Brother Zhang hadn't been there, none of us would have stuck around with each other. You have no idea just how much it means to all of us that you brought him back. I'd almost lost hope, and Cao Chen's voice began to quiver. In a hurry, he wiped his eyes and plastered on a smile. I well and truly mean it when I say, this is a debt we will never be able to repay. I shuffled awkwardly. You can, actually. As I mentioned before, I need help to accomplish what I plan to do. I want to bring change, and to do that, I need people to help me with it. You can help me with that. Cao Chen nodded, his eyes burning with determination. I glanced at Su Lin, who nodded as well, and I nodded back. I want the two of you to cultivate again. Su Lin and Cao Chen stared at me in surprise.
You want us to? Why? We'd tried and we'd failed. We'll never reach the third realm, much less beyond that. It'd be pointless. I've to agree with Chen here. That's a fool's game, Lu Jie. No, it's not. Now that Zhang's better, Granny can help you out with pills and herbs. You're in a village with a qi vein nearby and naturally growing spirit herbs, and I also plan to start a spirit herb farm here if I can. There are a lot of ways to increase your cultivation. I plan to completely fix Zhang's core, so this might be the only chance you'll ever get to catch up to him. Do you truly intend to let this go to waste? I asked. Su Lin's face scrunched up. Cao Chen glanced at Zhang before he turned to me. Very well, I'll do it. I smiled at the reply, turning to Su Lin, who sighed. Fine, I'll try. Thank you, I said with a smile, as the two of them waved their hands. I turned to Zhang. Now then, it's about time I inspected your core, wouldn't you say? Can't fix what I can't understand, after all. Zhang nodded, and I moved closer. Closing my eyes, I felt the spirit anchor I'd set in his core. Qi pulsed through the flower within, spreading outward through little channels of roots that spread through his pathways. The flower was the core, tied to his spirit and coiled around it. I sensed the fraying shards present there, the cracks in his core that, despite the blossom, remained just as broken. I would need to find a way to heal those. I spread my senses through Zhang's core, channeling my qi through it, and I felt a tug at my own spirit. Surprise rose within me at the pull on my spirit, even without Sheldon around. After a moment's thought, I let myself be swept as the world twisted around me, before darkness covered my sight. Chapter 67. Spirit's Roots 2. I opened my eyes to a wide expanse stretching onward until a blur of fog and mist covered it from all directions. Thick, gargantuan roots spread through the ground beneath my feet, originating from what I could only describe as a lotus tree that bloomed brightly at the very center of this world. A thick trunk had twisting and curving branches extending to the sky, with tiny white lotus blossoms covering it like leaves. At the base of the tree grew a singular, massive lotus flower, large enough for me to sit in. It was both strange and wonderful. I sensed a familiar presence from behind me and turned to see Zhang standing with his eyes wide and confusion evident in them. "What did you do?" he asked. "You can't tell?" I asked curiously. Zhang looked down at his limbs, as if to check they were real before looking up at me. "This is my core?" I nodded, and Zhang looked around in wonder. I couldn't blame him. Even with all the media I'd consumed at home, nothing could truly convey what standing here in a white, endless expanse with glowing magical lotus trees and an endless flow of qi felt like. My eyes drifted upward to what would be the sky of this world. In it were two discs. The inner disc, the first circle of cultivation, held cracks spread throughout, but it still glowed with a pale color resembling the moon, tying it together. The same couldn't be said about the second circle, which floated in shambles around the first, pieces of it missing. If I wanted to truly fix Zhang's core, then I would need to find a way to piece together and regenerate his core from the inside.
"Was this how you'd fixed my core?" Zhang asked.
Something like that, yeah. Really couldn't have done it without Sheldon, so it wasn't completely my own abilities, I said.
"The turtle?" he asked.
My gaze shifted to the blooming, beautiful tree of lotus, and I began to make my way to it. Thus roots jutted out from the lunar blossom and touched its branch. This was not the same plant I'd left here. Being in here changed it far more than I could have ever anticipated. I walked around to the large lotus sitting in front of the trunk and connected to it at the roots, and I looked at the plant before my curiosity got the best of me, and I stepped at its center. The little pollen tickled my feet as I tried not to crush anything or step on any of the massive petals, but the plant held sturdy and firm. I suppose I didn't have any weight here. An idea came to me as I stood at the center of the lotus flower. "Hey, Zhang, why don't you try cultivating?"
"Do you truly want me to cultivate?" he asked, his voice dripping with hesitation.
"I have something I want to try. Follow alongside me and try to cultivate. Don't force it if nothing happens, but I think it's worth trying," I said, sitting down on the lotus flower and crossing my legs. Zhang nodded, sitting at the base of the tree outside the flower, and I closed my eyes. Remembering the sensation from back home, I reached out to the spirit anchor, to the world around me, and to the sky and earth. I was here in spirit, in the form closer to my soul, and here I called out to the two forces that governed this world as my cores began to spin in tandem. The cycle flowed like a little creek merging into a river as the pure chi around me swirled. A voice whispered in my ears, a familiar boy wishing to be let out, and I obliged as Lu Jie's spirit began to surface, mixing with my own. Qi and Gu flowed into me, both at once, mingling within my core as the lotus beneath me began to react to the cycling energies. Lunar Qi spread all over, with the essence of the world washing all around me. I cultivated, reaching out to the spirit anchor, and felt it reaching back to me. A third presence soon began to join the mix, a little halting cycle of Qi that hesitantly moved, as if moving an injured limb for the first time in months. The heavens rustled, and the earth rumbled. The duality unified together through humanity flowed through me. Pure essence filled my spirit, undulated energy brimming within my body, as if I'd inhaled a bolt of lightning, and my spirit was unable to digest any of it without my body around. Yet there was a body that could. The body whose core I was in. I took hold of the essence and directed the flow of energy toward Zhang. A roaring tide of essence flowed forth as my concentration began to fray, my will struggling to control essence so pure. The world brimmed with life. The roaring flow of essence spread through the core, and I opened my eyes, sweat beading my forehead even in here. I took a deep breath. Zhang sat in absolute silence as white wisps of energy crackled all around him, slowly beginning to settle down. My gaze shifted to the lotus tree, and I saw the flowers had their petals closed, almost as if it had fallen asleep. My smile began to fade a bit, looking up. The circles still remained cracked, even if the spirit cultivation worked.
it would need more. I had a feeling I knew how I could get something like that. The world spun, and my spirit began to pull itself apart again, Lu Jie's half fading. I stood up and pulsed my qi, and with a jerk, I was back in my own body. "Phew, that went well," I said, wiping the sweat off my forehead. I looked around to see Su Lin and Cao Chen sitting in silent concentration as they too cultivated. I got up and walked out as quietly as I could, closing the door behind me. "Heading out already, are we?" Granny Lang said, almost making me jump. "Ah, yeah. I just didn't want to disturb them," I said. Granny snorted at me. "Try to keep the lies for those children, boy. I can see the look on your face."
What did you find out? I shook my head in surprise and amusement. My anchors have a limit. I can't make an endless amount. What I did was unconventional, and if I want to cure any others who've had their cultivation crippled, I can at best do one more. 2, if I dissolve the anchor in my room. Not to mention, I think I know a way to heal Jiang now. Granny raised a wrinkled eyebrow, shifting closer to me. "You've already done more than those boys ever could have hoped for, Lu Jie. And I know what you might be thinking. The prize from the spirit herb hunt, no? I need a potent herb with enough essence that I can distill and use to cure Jiang's core. While I'd been talking about winning at the tournament, the only real goal I had was to beat the twins and gather as many spirit herbs as I could for myself. But if I can truly heal Jiang, then I guess I'll just have to win," I said, smiling what I assumed was the most uncertain smile she'd ever seen. "Those children truly are blessed. Remember, even if it's not a spar, there will be fights. You cannot avoid as much, even if you wish to. Think once more, Lu Jie, if you truly wish to put yourself in danger like that." "Don't worry, Granny. I have absolutely no confidence in my own skills at all, and every bit of confidence in humanity's ingenuity to create weapons. All I have to do now is blow them away with my science bomb," I grinned, and the old woman shook her head, snorting. "If you're that confident, then scurry off. I've got work to do." "Love you too, Granny," I shouted back, chi whirling around me, and I shot off through the village using wind step, leaving a trail of dust behind me as the children ran around waving and screaming at me. I waved back at me with a smile. It was time to get back home and proceed into drugnade development, Stage 2. Chapter 68. Lightning Arts. Labby felt a faint presence in the far distance from her bond to her great master. A strange, melancholic emotion filled her chest to be so far away from him. It had been almost a week since Labby started visiting the inner sect, and today she declined the chance to go with her master. Lightning shot toward Labby, and she leapt, her own purple lightning crackling around her in response. Lei Yu sees the little rat's distraction. At this rate, she will never achieve her dreams, the bird taunted her, standing in front of her wearing a human form with light brown hair and golden eyes that crackled with lightning. There was no mistaking him for a human. Labby jumped around, striking back with her purple lightning that the bird swatted away with his palm, a crackle of thunder sounding out from around him. "What has Lei Yu taught you?" "Never take your sight off the enemy," Labby replied. The words wrote to her with how often the Thunderbird loved to repeat them. Lei Yu propelled himself at Labby. With a leap, the little rat dodged, lunar chi gathering at her claws. Blades extended from her feet as she slashed at the much larger Lei Yu, who smoothly dodged her assault. For a spirit, a human form is a hindrance. Unfamiliar, clumsy, and incapable of the strength that their own body could generate.
It is a facade put on to mingle in this society run by humans, a show of respect, and it is why you will never see a dragon wearing a human form, for one of the few things humans still bow to are them, Leyu said, hands behind his back, continuously dodging the bolts of lightning Labby shot at him. But you are a rat, a creature who was never meant to cultivate and gain such strength, and more importantly, knowledge. For you, even a human form provides strength, stability, and mass. Yet it is far easier to take on a form lesser than yours, and far more difficult to assume a greater form.
Not all carps become dragons, and the climb of the waterfall possesses deadly currents that are survived by only a few. Labby squeaked, leaping at Leyu's face, her lightning chi running wild, letting it lash out. A golden bolt struck her down, and she was sent flying. You follow the path of lunar thunder, of yin and not yang. Yet your thunder has not lost its temperament. Rule the thunder, little rat. Do not let it rule over you. It is not so easy to master the dragon's tempest. Your nature as a rat is against the nature of a dragon. You cower and run and hide, where a dragon would stand its ground and slay all who rise in front of it. Think once more on whether this truly is the art you wish to master, Leyu said. His body lit up, lightning crackling all around him. Leyu is tired for today. A human form is taxing. Practice on your own now. The faster you reach the third realm, the quicker you'll be able to gain the form of your desire. Labby squeaked as the thunderbird flapped its wings, leaving the chamber with a crackle. She stood there, looking around the chamber in thought. She'd seen Yen Yun perform the dragon's tempest on the very first day she'd begged them to teach her. The world had crackled with power. Lightning rained down one after the other from the sky above. Labby's heart had shuddered with fear, as the art reminded her of the vile tribulation that struck her master so mercilessly. Yen Yun's had been weaker, far weaker, yet the same fear had risen to see it nonetheless. She knew, to have the form she wished, she would need to go past the form she'd been born with, and to do so, she'd have to stand against the wishes of the heavens themselves. It would take a tribulation for Labby to gain the form of her desire. She'd set her mind to master the lightning and tame it, so that it could never harm her or her master ever again. At least, that's what she'd thought to do. A week had passed, and Labby was still stuck trying to gather chi and somehow have the cultivation art work. She'd failed to even invoke a single spark. Perhaps Labby is simply not meant for this. Labby shook the thought away from her mind. She could not give up. What would she do if the heavens came to strike her master again? Could she truly bear being cut off and separated from him, to be made so useless once more? No, Labby wishes to gain power. She wishes to be strong enough to protect her master. With a squeak, Labby crackled with lightning and renewed her training. Lightning rose in a rising tide of thick bolts. The bolt broke around her, flowing through the 8 silver needles set around the ground as she continued to cultivate at the center of the formation. Powerful lightning spirit stones and herbs surrounding her on all sides. Chi cycled in her core, thunder waiting to be let off the leash while she sat deep in meditation. The beginning of the 5th realm sat a hair's width away from her reach. Yet the insight she needed refused to come. Lightning lashed out from the formation, breaking apart upon reaching Yen Yun as it was channeled through the needles of silver, filling the air with a burnt smell. A question continued to haunt Yen Yun. Why did she cultivate? I cultivate to be stronger than my grandfather, Yen Yun tried. Yet the chi in her core remained still. She bit her lips,
frustration mounting. She'd tried every possible answer she could think of. All the time, she kept returning to her desire for freedom, for her desire to be free of her role as a prodigy, as the granddaughter of the Yen clan, and of the expectations everyone put upon her. To be free of her grandfather. Is that not why she cultivated? Is that not what her life had been about all this time? The sound of flapping wings broke Yan Yun's concentration. She opened her eyes and watched Lei Yu fly into the room and perch upon her shoulder.
Lei Yu didn't mean to interrupt Yan Yun, but from the look on her face and the feel of her qi, Lei Yu assumed it still hasn't worked. Yan Yun shook her head. Well, the little rat has already told us all it knew, of the two sides of lightning, and of the endless cycle of numbers which Lei Yu still doesn't understand. How does nothing add value to something? You cannot take nothing and join it with something and create more of it, Lei Yu said, squawking as if offended at the idea itself. Yet there was clearly some truth to the words. The little rat's growth was proof enough. I've already asked La Bi everything she knew, yet ultimately I still fail to grasp the nature of lightning, Yan Yun said, extending her hand as sparks crackled in between her fingers. That is not what's bothering Yan Yun, though, is it? Yan Yun smiled. Since when did you become so perceptive? Lei Yu can grow too, the bird said, turning its head away as if offended. Yan Yun let out a quiet giggle. Her mirth soon began to fade as Yan Yun stared at her surroundings. A moment of quiet later, she regarded Lei Yu. Does Lei Yu know why he walks his path? Of course. Lei Yu wishes to be the most resplendent spirit amongst all, one that governs the sky and lightning, a glorious marvel for all others to look up to, Lei Yu exclaimed, his feathery chest puffed up with pride. A goal to aspire for, Yan Yun replied with a little giggle, making Lei Yu crackle indignantly as he huffed at her. Yan Yun may laugh now, but the day shall come one day, and then it will be Lei Yu who will be the one laughing. Yes, yes. I'm sure Lei Yu will be a splendid spirit that even dragons will look up to, Yan Yun said. Indeed. And for this, Yan Yun must work harder too. She cannot lag too far behind when Lei Yu excels above all. Yan Yun's smile slipped at the words, her focus returning to the thunder crackling around her formation. I don't know if I'm capable, Lei Yu. Perhaps coming this far was the extent of my talents, and this is where my path ends. Lei Yu jumped from Yan Yun's shoulder, lightning crackling around him. From the light came human feet, and a young boy of about 15 stared back at her. Do you truly think so? Lei Yu said, crouching down to stare at her with his deep golden eyes. I don't know, Yan Yun replied, turning her eyes away from her spirit. If I'm supposed to follow grandfather's word, then I would be betrothed to Lord Zhou's son and eventually married. Perhaps that is what I should be doing, instead of plotting these silly plans to somehow walk away from these talks and end them before anything more could happen, Yan Yun said, clenching her fists. Does Yan Yun hear herself? Lei Yu had never taken her to be so weak, to be one to give up so easily in the face of a challenge. Perhaps I am weak. Perhaps it was all a facade and the mask is slipping. The world shall see me as nothing but a liar, a failure, and a deviant. Someone who let down her family, Yan Yun spoke, her eyes meeting Lei Yu's as heat seeped into her voice. Lei Yu thinks Yan Yun is a liar, yes, Lei Yu said. Only a liar can call all the years of effort she'd put in a facade. And only a liar would utter the words that she did. So yes, Lei Yu thinks Yan Yun is a liar. But weak? Yan Yun has never been weak. It is the liar in her that makes her think she is weak.
But Lei Yu knows better. His eyes see far more than your human eyes. Yan Yun is strong, and Lei Yu believes in her. Words stuck in Yan Yun's throat, a strange emotion swallowing her whole. She moved in, wrapping her hands around Lei Yu, and the bird squealed, cracking with lightning as his human form broke apart. "That was inappropriate!" the bird exclaimed in protest. Yan Yun laughed. "Thank you, Lei Yu," she said. The flustered bird huffed, turning away without replying.
She noted the rising feats on his body and the flustered chi from their bond, and smiled. "Perhaps I should—" A crack interrupted Yan Yun as the thin wall connecting her meditating chamber to the sparring room broke, and a little rat tumbled in. "La Bi, what are you doing?" Yan Yun asked, staring at the rat who shook her head before turning toward Lei Yu as she crackled excitedly. "Labby did it! She made the sky crackle!" the rat exclaimed as her chi pulsed and thin lines of purple lightning crackled around Labby for a brief moment. It was a spark, something even a mortal would struggle to be injured from, and far from being the dragon's tempest, an art even she hadn't yet mastered. But the little rat had indeed succeeded in using the art. Labby was thinking so very hard on how to make lightning when she remembered her master's word. She needed to break the balance. So instead of reaching out to gather lightning, she called it instead, gathering the chi inside her instead of outside, and then letting that chi quickly move out, causing lightning. "Lei Yu can see that," Lei Yu replied. A moment later, her spirit flew over to the little rat and perched next to her. "Very well. Even if pathetic and weak, it is indeed the art Lei Yu asked you to learn. And since Lei Yu had given his word, you may eat one lightning herb from our garden." Hearing the words, a giggle broke out of Yan Yun's mouth, while the little rat squeaked in joy. Some things truly never changed. With a smile, she watched the spirits play, forgetting her worries. The path ahead was uncertain, and she was afraid of what was to come. But for some reason, the fear didn't shake her heart as much anymore. After all, she'd finally managed to make some friends. Should we truly do this, Li? What if she senses us? The elder would have us both whipped. Be quiet, Lei. No one will know. I already know she's trying to hide something and isn't teaching all she could. She's merely afraid we'll surpass her and take the favor of the clan away from her, Lei replied, masking his chi as he quietly moved through the chamber. Indeed, a truth that will happen sooner than later. But for now, we need to find something to show the elder that he should pick us over her. A girl to be married off, being the heir, would not benefit anyone, Li said, grinning as thunder crackled quietly around him. The twins stepped into Yan Yun's chamber, keeping their senses sharp as they inspected the area. She barely has anything in here. Does she even do anything besides cultivate? Li asked. Lei elbowed him to be quiet. Hold on, Li. I found something. What is it, brother? Li asked, walking over when Lei took out a book from a drawer. An alchemist and a thief's untold story? Li read. Some sort of novel, perhaps? I don't think... The chamber door rattled, and lightning chi surged through the twins as they leapt out of the room. Zhu Ri walked in, glancing around briefly before walking out. Li and Lei stood with breaths held as they remained just outside the doors. A brief glance later, Li took hold of the book, and the twins rushed off. Chapter 69. Blood Farming. The days began to turn warmer, with only 2 weeks left until the spirit hunt. I ran a sharp blade over my hand, making a small cut on my palm. Blood began to pool and run down. I held my palm above a box filled with dirt, letting it drip down. The blood mingled with the dirt, hurriedly being sucked in by the bloodroot. I picked out the crushed salve of herbs that the old man made for me and smeared it on the cut. Within a few seconds, it scabbed over, and after a minute or so, I peeled off the scab, revealing fresh, pink skin. No matter how many months I spend in this world, the wonder and mystery of being able to do things like this will never cease to amaze me and fill my heart with excitement. I put the box of the salve away, noticing the similarities it had with the salve Granny Lang had made. I really needed to ask one of them about what their relationship was. Putting the thought aside, I turned my sight to the seed with anticipation. I was almost tempted to channel goo to the seed, but I already knew what that had done. I watched for any sign of movement. When none occurred, a despondent sigh slipped from my mouth. Didn't work again, huh? It had been almost 7 days since I'd returned from Taizhou, having taken the time to visit the library and pick out books about bloodroot, precautions, and how to safely grow them. Only cultivators lived within the sect, yet that didn't mean an outer disciple in the first realm wouldn't fall to the plant if allowed to go out of control. I had no plans for something like that. After a day of research and searching, I'd finally found a method that mentioned forming a blood bond with the spirit herb. Further research revealed the sentient nature of the plant and how it could be tamed and formed, almost like a spirit. If nurtured carefully, the miasma would be contained within the petals of the plant, which it could digest and use for its own nourishment without needing to harm anything else. An issue with that, though, was that the root would be dependent on the blood of the one bonded to it, and normal mortals would not really survive the drainage of life force. Basically, this thing was a vampire parasite that could make thralls. The process of bonding was quite simple. I had to feed my blood to the root at regular intervals, almost as if I were nursing a child. The bloodroot would slowly but surely come to recognize me as its mother, for lack of a better term. Being fed solely on the blood of a human would allow the germinating plant to take on a human form as well, thus formed as a bloodroot spirit of sorts. That bit was good. The issue began when I read that the process could take anywhere from 3 to 10 months to happen. Far, far too much time than I had available. I needed this little vampire plant to grow up now and grow up fast. My drugnade's development was at stake. At first, I'd thought connecting the plant to my existing spirit anchor would work. I already knew the cycle went both ways, with the heaven and sky coming together, and I'd been hoping a similar two-polar cycle would form by bringing together the two kinds of plants into the same anchor. That had been a mistake. The qi from the herbs had lashed out, intense enough to almost burn it if I hadn't cut off the link in time. I'd tried cultivating through both of my cores as I connected myself to my spirit anchor, yet the bloodroot refused to show any reaction. That began almost an entire week of madness and qi water energy drink-filled days, where I ran over and over to the library and other places, trying to find a way to induce faster growth. I tried a lot of methods, from crushing up mushrooms and disintegrating them with my goo, and artificially aging them before mixing it in the soil, to finding the manure of some exotic spirit cow from a farm on the sect. Nothing had worked so far. "The things I do in the name of science," I muttered, shaking my head. I looked at Sheldon lounging in his pond, his arms and legs stretched out from his shell to soak in the sun in a pose oddly reminiscent of Superman. I was starting to suspect that Sheldon liked being small in size a lot more than he let on. I'd been a bit worried that Sheldon might become angry at the root, as it had been the cause of a lot of suffering for him. But if the turtle had any issues with the plant, he hadn't mentioned them to me. "You wouldn't happen to know how to grow this faster, would you?" I asked. Sheldon opened his eyes, maintaining his odd pose as he looked at me, stretching his neck slightly from his shell. "Feed, spirit, purer, energy, will, grow, faster," the turtle said in the low, rumbly voice that was in absolute contrast to his tiny form. Closing his eyes, he returned to his peaceful sunbasking. I truly envied Sheldon. Must be nice not having any worries and just relaxing as you pleased. I think I've tried that already. Doesn't seem to be working, I said. The turtle remained silent, eyes closed, and I turned away to stare at the plant once again. Guess I was on my own. I got up from the floor, dusting off the dirt from my robes, and retrieved my notes. 5 cylindrical containers were present on the table, courtesy of Liu Xiang and my work, as we'd developed different models for the Drugnade version 2, which I'd dubbed the Goo-nade. I set a strand of goo to each of them, watching the formations trigger as a spark set off at the top, and the shaft moved in the middle, which would combine the goo and qi drugnades together. The mechanism had been quite clever, as Liu Sheng used a self-repairing formation, which would then be destroyed by my stand of goo. The heat resulting from that would spark the ignition formation within, while also triggering the moving lever in the middle of the goo-nade to set it off. It was his best work, or so he liked to claim, and with how hard he'd been smiling when he'd shown me the first working model, I wasn't too surprised to hear that. I held up the goo-nade, triggering them one at a time to check all the formations were working. The next step of the process had been finding a cauldron not infused with qi, which had been surprisingly a lot easier than I'd thought it'd be. I'd managed to find something called a spirit shell, which was pretty much an empty spirit stone that can be filled with qi of specific attributes. As it turns out, it could also be filled with goo, although it loved to explode sometimes when I did that. After buying a bag of these shells, making my metaphorical wallet cry, I'd set off to get a simple cauldron that hadn't been carved with anything just yet. Now all that remained was to carve the cauldron without using any qi, and then infuse water with some goo before working on the goo-drugnade pill. The only thing remaining, of course, was the bloodroot. And as more and more days passed by with not even a single bud forming from the seed, I was starting to get impatient. Perhaps the old man can help, I muttered. I was a bit hesitant over carrying a plant with goo in it, but bloodroot didn't seem to be an outright taboo, just something you'd rather not want to have with you. But if there was anyone who could help me with the plant, it was the old man. I thought over the topic a while before deciding the risk was worth the rewards. I trusted the old man, and the box had a formation set on it to hide whatever was inside anyway. I went ahead and closed the lid, placing it carefully under my robes. I took a moment to settle it in a way that wouldn't look odd. I was finally starting to understand why the people here wore such loose clothes and billowy robes. There was no way I could fix a box in what would have been normal clothing back home. "Take care of the room while I'm gone," I said to Sheldon. "Chirp!" came the reply. I smiled and walked out. Trying not to appear suspicious and unreasonably nervous, I headed to the old man's chamber, keeping my qi subdued. Even with the increased activity in the sect due to the tournament coming up, perhaps due to it, actually, no one seemed to notice anything. The path to old man's chambers had become rote to me by now, and even as idle thoughts distracted my mind, my feet took me to my destination almost on their own. "What brings my wayward disciple to this humble old man? Has the earth pill proven to be a challenge?" His hand moved around his cauldron, guiding the flames and refining the herbs within. "Greetings, Master," I said with a light bow. "I haven't really made much progress on the earth pill yet, as some other thing has grabbed my attention." Flames shot up and moved around old man's cauldron, then dimmed down as he turned to look at me. "What would that be?" he asked. "You're aware of the spirit herb hunt, I assume?" "I am old, my dear apprentice, not blind. This old man is aware of the spirit hunt. They like to do some sort of tournament for the entertainment of the lords before the more serious sparring begins.
This year, it seems to be a spirit hunt. More than a couple youthful cultivators have expressed concerns on how watching cultivators gather herbs might be interesting. I nodded, not surprised to hear that. I've been thinking about participating, and I've begun to work on something to help me during the hunt. They're allowing wards and formations as long as they have been made by the cultivator in question, last I checked. And so I'd been thinking of making a pill.
But I've gotten stuck with a problem.
The old man's wrinkled face furrowed further as his permanently squinted eyes held my own. What's troubling you, disciple? I took a breath and dug out the box, presenting it in front of the old man. Taking a moment, I hatched open the lid to reveal the contents within. This old man can see you've put dirt in what looks to be a very well-crafted box. What? Oh, I muttered, realizing the seed was covered completely in dirt. The old man cracked a smile. This old man jests. I can sense the bloodroot present within. I must admit, I hadn't expected you'd be dealing with quite dangerous and forbidden herbs. I haven't either, but it seems to be the only way. I've checked for safety and have made sure to take precautions. I've also been feeding it my blood for almost a week now, but so far nothing has happened. The old man nodded. Bloodroot, much like pure root, takes a long time to mature. Any and all plants capable of taking the form of a spirit take years to grow under human nurture and careful care. It is a delicate process that is not so easily rushed, the old man spoke, and I groaned. I should have expected that. Is there no way to get the plant to grow faster? I kinda need this before the tournament begins. The old man moved to his drawers and picked out an herb from within. Cutting a single stalk off, the old man came back. Hold it out. I dutifully did so. The old man squeezed the stalk of the spirit herb, and a shining green water dripped down and onto the dirt. Normally, you can't do such a thing. But your chi is of wood, and you do have some unique benefits other disciples don't. Now, here's a little puzzle for you, dear apprentice. Why must the bloodroot be given your blood? Because it can absorb my chi that way, and understand the human form which will allow it to become a spirit? Not chi, but essence, your life force.
It feasts on your life, and in doing so, you share a part of your essence with the root. Your essence permeates all portions of your body, with your blood containing most of it that can be easily provided. Now think, what would be a faster way to provide the root with your essence? Take some time to consider the question, the old man said, returning to work on refining his pill. I sat down on the floor nearby, setting the box in front of me. Essence. What would be a faster way to provide my essence? The first thought that came to be was using a spirit anchor. It was tied to my soul and dantian, directly connecting it to me. When I cultivated with the spirits, it was their essence that I received, and it was the essence that healed my body when the flow of qi and gu broke it apart. But using the spirit anchor didn't work. Because the essence was hostile to it? No, not just that. It also wasn't my essence. The seed has solely been fed on my own essence, and needed to continue to do so. I frowned, thinking over the topic, time continuing to pass by. I glanced at the old man once in a while, but it became obvious he did not intend to tell me any more than he already had. I turned back to the box of soil, racking my mind for an answer. Essence. Essence. Life force. Qi? No, not qi. Qi promoted life, similar to how gu promoted death. It wasn't life itself. How could I share my essence then? I stared at the box, frustration building, and I went to close the box when my finger brushed against the dirt and I felt a strange, almost familiar sensation. Bringing my hand closer to where the seed was, the sensation of pulling in, of hunger, intensified. Was that the plant? Memories of me absorbing the miasma in Zhang's core, of taking the essence from the lunar blossom, and of the seed I'd gained when I'd freed Sheldon came to me. I closed my eyes, touching the soil near the seed as I focused on my dantian. My dantian was odd. It had not one, but two spinning cores that moved around in the fixed orbit of sorts. At the center was a little sapling. The sapling tied the qi with the gu with a thin strand that wrapped around the plant. The roots of the plant were tied to the gu, and the trunk and stem and leaves with the qi. I reached out to the plant at the center of my dantian and drew on what was present inside it. Something flowed through my body, a strange energy. This wasn't qi or gu, but my very own essence. The essence of the root that was in my spirit. I let the essence flow, and it slowly began to collect on my finger. I opened my eyes, the world spinning for a brief moment as I felt dizzy. I gathered myself and looked at my finger. A single golden drop sat on it, shining dimly in the sunlight as the scent of the sweetest of nectar reached my nose, making me drool. "Now hurry, disciple. The essence fades into the air soon," Old Man spoke. I nodded, releasing the single drop of essence into the box. The droplet mingled with the soil, and nothing seemed to happen. Turning around, I gave Old Man a confused look, wondering if I'd done something wrong. "Look again," the Old Man said with a smile, and I turned back. Tiny green leaves began to poke from the soil. As the seed germinated, I felt a bond form with me and the bloodroot. A myriad of odd sensations reached me from the plant, of hunger, comfort, pleasure, and most of all, thirst. Whatever I had given it, it desperately wanted more. I stared at the little greedy plant, almost feeling as if I were watching an unborn child grow. A single remark rose to my mouth at finally having sprouted the little vampire spirit herb. Nice. Chapter 70. Bloodling. 3 days had passed since the first leaf sprouted from the bloodroot, and I found each passing day agonizingly slow. I'd spent time reading even more into the bloodroot and how the little plant spirit worked, but even on the second floor of the library there was surprisingly little information to be found. The plant had grown into a bulb poking from the ground, a little blob of green and red. From what I'd read, it had blossomed into a flower, taking the form of its desire based on my own blood. The mental image I had was of a miniature root man resembling me and running around speaking its name. I chuckled at the thought, and Labby squeaked in reply. It had been a while since Labby stayed with me. She was being excessively clingy, refusing to stay away for even a short while, and I ended up indulging her. Heavens no, I'd missed her too. I wondered if this was what parents felt like when they sent their kids to school. I was curious about what Labby was getting up to with Yen Yun, but since she'd not broached the topic at all, I'd just awkwardly decided to do the same. As long as she didn't hurt herself in the process, I was mostly fine with it, even if I felt a bit sad to not have Labby squeaking excitedly about it to me. Leaving the thoughts aside, I headed to the central halls of the sect. There was very little time till the start of the tournament, and there were already people running around making preparations. Multiple wards and formations had been set in place, with access restricted to them as work was done. I was extremely curious about how they planned to prepare an arena for the fighting, but even more so, how they planned to prepare or track people in the spirit herb hunt at all. I took my eyes off the distant fields and turned to the building in front of me. It was time to register for the hunt. I paused a step outside the entrance. Would I meet Elder Feng here? He'd been the one I'd registered Labby with, and he'd been in the library. In fact, he'd been behind most of the desks in here, so it wasn't a stretch to think he'd be here as well. But if I did meet him, what would I say? Ask him why he gave me the bloodroot? Ask him what he knew? Labby thinks Master should wait for the Elder to talk to him. If the Elder would like to talk, wouldn't he go to Master on his own? I nodded along with Labby's words. She was... Wait. That had been Labby? That was surprisingly mature and wise for Labby. Rude, Labby exclaimed, thumping her feet. You sensed my thoughts? I asked, bewildered. I hadn't shared those thoughts with her. Labby sensed the intention behind them. Sort of. Labby is growing up too, the little rat exclaimed, and I ended up laughing. That was a lot more in line with the Labby I knew. Yes, you are. Perhaps a bit too fast, if anything, I said, petting her head as she crackled with lightning. I sensed at Labby's core and noticed the increased lunar chi there. Perhaps the lunar chi was changing her behavior, or she truly was growing up. I really needed to look up how quickly spirit rats mentally matured. She was still very much a kid, but with the recent changes in her demeanor and the mystical nature of a rat talking and thinking at all, perhaps there was more to their age than just their physical age. Someone walked past me, brushing my shoulders. Oops. I'd been standing outside the sect hall staring blankly at the air. A bit embarrassed, I walked in, looking around to find where they were noting people down for participation in the tournament. A quick glance later, I found the person in question. I dipped my head, slightly surprised that it wasn't the Elder, but I suppose they wouldn't have an Elder doing a trivial task like this. Name? The man behind the counter asked. Lu Jie. I'd like to join the spirit herb hunt, I said, and the man nodded, writing my name down. Any spirits? He asked, and I held back a grin. I'd found a very delightful thing as I'd been looking for information against taking spirits in the herb hunt. There was no rule against bringing spirits of a higher realm with you, as bonding with one was still considered a measure of your own worth. 3 spirits, I said, realizing I'd likely have to take the bloodroot with me, unless it was content to stay in its pot. Though seeing how I'd been feeding it my blood, I really doubted that would be the case. Very well. Send your chi through the jade slip, the man said, extending a little piece of jade to me. I grabbed it, sending my chi in, and a few characters lit up on it. The man nodded, taking the slip back. Your name has been registered. In 5 days, there will be a selection round for the tournament. You're expected to arrive there at sunrise, the man said, continuing to write through his sheets of paper. I nodded, holding back a grimace. Of course there was some stupid participation round. Struggling not to sigh, I headed to the library. I'd have to prepare for the trial round, although I suspected that having Sheldon by my side was going to be enough for most scenarios, as long as he didn't accidentally injure someone too badly. Heading in, I took out my library slip. I'd been holding on to it more often than Lao Shang had, and I'd felt bad about doing so. I'd have to find some way to repay him one of these days. A chill touched my spine as I entered the library, and Labby's ears perked up as a familiar chime sounded. Ah, if it isn't our most curious disciple, alongside his spirit, the moon spirit whispered, floating out in front of me. She shimmered with a faint white light. I dipped my head respectfully. It's good to see you as well, Spirit Xian. The spirit nodded at my words. Is the Elder not here? I asked curiously. This had to be the first time I'd ever seen this place empty with just the spirit around. There have been tasks pulling him away from his regular duty. If you have any need, I will be here for them, the spirit said, her voice wispy. I sensed an odd linger to her gaze that hadn't been there before. No, forgive me, just some curiosity, I said. The spirit dipped her head, stepping away and vanishing into thin air. I stood around a moment longer, then shrugged, heading farther in.
As Labby had said, if the elder wanted to talk to me, then he'd approach me on his own. If not, I had little reason to be concerned. If they'd found the goo in one of my cores, I doubt things would have been this calm. And if somehow I've been found out, they still hadn't done anything. Well, in either scenario, there was little I could do. I walked up to the second floor, going through the now familiar rows of books as I picked up the ones on herbs that mentioned the bloodroot. A very neat thing I'd learned of was divination arts that could be used to find the location of the book with the needed information. If there was anything I ever planned to learn, it was that art. The only thing holding me back was that if Qi as a whole was filled with mystical bullshit, then divination arts were mystic bullshit personified. Even a brief look at the details regarding divinations had me confused at the many contradictions present. Nevertheless, I'd picked up a couple books to study and look further into them. It would be a lifesaver to be able to pick out pieces of information as I wished to, and information filtering with Qi seemed to be precisely what divination magic was all about. Something that sounded just like my thing. I picked an area to sit and began to make my way through the thick books. I'd long since grown used to the odd way some of these books weighed.
An extremely thick book can be quite light and not weigh anything at all, while a thin bundle of notes could weigh like a boulder. There wasn't anything too heavy in here, which made sense as it was the outer sect, but I still couldn't help wondering why the Qi giving weight to words was taken so literally. I flipped through my books on herbs as Labby chirped and chittered, briefly running around. I noted the spirit talking to her here and there as she explored the second floor before returning to my dantian and falling asleep. The hours passed by, the familiar days of pleasantly going through text soaking me in. The lunar blossom was commendable. The spirit's voice spoke in my ears, almost making me jump as I was snapped out of my daze. The moon spirit lingered behind me, her face covered with a thin white cloth as usual. This time, I could somehow tell her eyes were directly on me. "Ah, well, it was at least partly a fluke," I replied, unsure of how to talk about the lunar blossom. "Humble, or perhaps unaware. There are few in this world who can heal what you have healed. In your realm, certainly so. Does the disciple not see his own merits?" "Well, I do. But there are limits to it, like everything, and a lot of the details escape me right now. How the spirit roots work, how the lunar Qi plays a part. So many things I don't understand. It would be odd to become arrogant over just this," I replied, and the spirit glided around me. "What an odd one you are. Just like your sleeping spirit, I suppose," the spirit said, her Qi pulsing outward for a brief moment, and I felt as if a hand had rested upon my head. "It had started as mere curiosity, but now even my sisters agree upon your strange demeanor. Know that if you ever wish for help, I would be willing to provide it." I dipped my head gratefully when something I'd read in the divination book came to me. Isn't there a karmic burden on each favor received without something returned? The spirit's lips curved upward in a sly smile, her lips peeking through behind her veil. "Indeed, and your ties are already bound to mine," the spirit whispered, and I was reminded that who I was talking to was not human in any way whatsoever, even if she looked the part. "You should head on now. I sense a child awaiting your return," the spirit said, and I frowned. A strange sensation tugged at me, thin, weak, and attached to a tiny strand of Qi. The sensation grew, and I felt thirst touch upon my mind. With my eyes wide, I got up, hurriedly grabbing the books, placed them where they belonged, and rushed back to my room. My heart thundered with excitement, so much so that even Labby woke up from the disturbance. I burst into my chamber, headed right for the little box containing the bloodroot. Walking closer, I crouched down, opening the lid. The little bulb pulsated with deep and rich vitality, glowing with golden chi. The green buds began to open, one leaf at a time. Even Sheldon walked closer to take a look at the birth of the new spirit. Tiny green hands peeked out of the petals. Like a chick hatching, the hands pulled the leaves apart, stumbling out. I caught the little green spirit. A little girl, small enough to fit in my palm, with beady red eyes and a deep white and purple flower atop her head, sat there, before turning to me. Something flashed in her eyes. Chi flared as the bond between us formed, and words escaped my mouth before I'd realized it. "Twilight. You're going to be Twilight," I said, and the little spirit's face split into a smile as it rolled on my hand and then bit my finger, drawing blood. Chi! Chapter 71. Goo Alchemy. "Ouch!" I exclaimed, mostly from the surprise rather than any real pain. The little plant spirit was suckling on my palm with two thorn-like fangs, drinking my blood. Streaks of red began to develop on the white flower on its head. A sense of satisfaction came from Twilight as she had its fill. "You're a thorny little plant spirit, huh?" I said, receiving a chi from the little plant, its eyes shimmering. I felt a strange understanding with the plant spirit from our bond, yet the plant's words weren't words. They were more sensations than anything. I could feel Twilight soaking in information as she glanced around curiously. I wondered if her being able to understand me was due to sharing my vitality with her. "Can you talk?" I asked, and Twilight shook her head. I frowned when I received a jumble of thoughts, unable to parse what she meant. She couldn't talk because she was different? Different understanding? I looked at Labby. "Squeak," Labby replied. I nodded in agreement. Yeah, different somehow. My thoughts were diverted back as Twilight stood up on my palm and then began to climb up my hand. There was a tickling, but the sight was so adorable I couldn't help but let her. The flower on her head bobbed up and down as she made her way, and Labby crackled slightly, thumping her feet. "Labby's place!" she exclaimed when Twilight finally climbed up. The little plant looked on with beady eyes, glancing at me. "But Labby can share," Labby replied. Twilight chittered and settled onto my shoulder. Labby hopped to the other side, still feeling sad about having her side of the shoulder taken. I pet her on the head. "It was good of you to share," I said, and Labby rubbed her head against my finger, squeaking happily. I grabbed Twilight from my shoulder, and she sat on my palm, staring at me. "All right, I need to take a miasma petal from you?" I asked, unsure as I studied the petals attached to her head. I didn't want to hurt her. "Gee," Twilight replied, standing up and tapping her head. "You don't have any miasma?" I asked, and received a nod from her. "How will you get some?" Twilight tilted her head in confusion. I guess it was stupid to expect a newborn spirit to know that. I looked at my little patch of spirit herbs. Walking over, I set Twilight on the floor and sat in front of her. Tapping the ground, I pointed at the earth, pulling some goo out of it. "Can you use this?" I asked, showing her the goo rising from my fingertip. Twilight looked on curiously, sniffing the smoky black wisps rising from my finger. She visibly paled, jumping back and chittering nervously, shaking her head. "Don't like goo, huh? I guess you're still a spirit, even if a blood one," I said, looking around for more options. How did the bloodroot gather miasma originally? It drank in chi and controlled the dead, storing the miasma in its flower.
That sounded an awful lot like filtering out a toxin and then storing it in a certain part as a form of defense. Maybe blood infused with goo? I grabbed my small blade and made a light cut on my palm. Lightly, I channeled my goo into the blood while keeping the chi present in it. But the droplet began to hiss and boil, breaking apart. Trying another idea, I began to draw out some essence from my core and poured it in a drop of blood. I then began to mix it with my goo. The color of the blood droplet turned a dark red mixed with hints of gold. I extended the finger to Twilight. Before I could even say something, the little plant spirit jumped to my finger and bit me, happily drinking in the blood droplet. "Chi!" she exclaimed. A strand of goo started to travel to her flower. "All right, I guess I know what to do now," I said. With a little sigh, I slowly but surely began to feed her miasma-infused blood droplets. I lay on the floor, my hand stinging and exhaustion covering me.
A little black petal sat in my hand, filled with miasma. Twilight slept in her box, which I'd cleared the dirt from. It had taken a few hours for goo to gather, and a few more to communicate to Twilight how I wanted her to safely grab the petal of goo, and wanting to know if it would hurt her. Thankfully, there was no pain from what I could feel as she'd plucked the petal out, gleefully handing it to me. Shifting focus to the cauldron I'd painstakingly carved without using any chi, I cracked my knuckles and began to gather the needed items. It was time for the biggest part of my plan for making a goo-nade, a pill made from goo. I picked the miasma-filled spirit crystals, setting them on the cauldron. I'd already prepared the goo-infused water, which I poured in, and then sent a pulse of goo to the crystals, lighting them up. Black and purple fire rose from under the cauldron. Labby jumped off my shoulder and took a few steps away from the dark flames. I stared in wonder. The area around the fire had a bluish-white glow. The strangeness of fire aside, I set to work. One of the chi ingredients for the drug was the fire essence within it, and there was a surprisingly simple way of managing that. I'd taken some fire grass, dry and dead ones, and infused them with goo. Without any chi left in them, the grass had soaked in the goo, further drying and cracking as the fire essence mingled with the goo. Taking the grass, I poured it in. The fire beneath blazed hotter as I channeled my goo and began to work my way through the process. There was a different flow to the goo alchemy, yet the refining method was strikingly similar to the original Druidnade. I let the goo flow, feeling Lu Jie's spirit rising in my mind. Miasma flowed in, wispy smoke rising and bubbling in the water as the fire essence began to mix. Red-hot sparks crackled within my cauldron as goo flowed through it, glowing a ghastly deep blue and purple. Taking up my petal, I dropped it in and began to refine. Miasma churned and flowed in a cycle polar opposite to the chi. The goo stirred, rumbled, hissed, and boiled, rushing out and swirling inward as the fire essence spread out. If chi produced burning hot flames, then the fire of goo was corruptive. Like the burning of lava or acid, it hissed and frothed, clinging and searing through flesh as it ate its way through. Sweat began to bead on my forehead as I focused on channeling the goo. My pathways began to strain under so much miasma flowing through them, and I started to feel the damage building up. I focused, channeling thin strands of goo into the cauldron, trying to gather the flame within. Old Man's words echoed in my mind as I let the fire fade into the flow of the miasma, gathering at the center where it could clump together. Lu Jie's spirit began to settle in with my own the more I channeled the miasma, and my control started to improve. Purple flames rose high, wispy white smoke spreading everywhere.
Blood started to build up in my throat. The goo was hurting me from the inside. I focused and trudged on, going for the final push. Fiery miasma roared, trying to lash out, but I simply guided it inward. The flow of miasma continued as a clump began to form. Twilight's petals stirred, the miasma gathering the fire toward itself, and an explosion shook the cauldron. I jumped back, coughing from the fumes billowing from the cauldron. Blood splattered my hand, and I wiped it away from my mouth, cycling my chi, and my pathways started to heal. A while later, as the pungent fumes faded, I peeked inside for the results. A little purple and black pill sat within, plumes of smoke still rising. Carefully, I put my hand inside, checking the temperature to be cool enough to touch before I picked it up. It worked. I'd formed a pill from goo. A grin spread across my face, morphing into hysterical laughter.
Whether the pill worked or not, I couldn't care less. After weeks of work, I'd finally managed to make a pill from goo. And now, it was time to test my goo-nade. Chapter 72. Void Explosions. It took me a day to create a version of the fire goo pill that exploded in the way I wanted it to. My lack of control over goo and the corrosive nature of the energy made handling it a far more challenging task than chi. But after a couple more tries, I'd managed to make enough working pills for my plans. Asking Nian to go to Liu Shang again, I'd realized I could just tell the cat what I wanted to say to Liu Shang, and it'd be able to communicate that with Liu Shang's spirit. I wasn't sure why or how that worked, but Nian had plenty of mysteries, and I had other important things to work on, so I left the mystery be. A pouch hung at my waist, filled with 5 different cylinders of metal, carved with thin lines and formations, as they carried the drug-nades of both chi and goo. I walked through the hidden grove that had become the impromptu meet-up spot for everything shady I got up to, and I walked around to find a suitable path of open land to work with. Twilight chimed happily, her eyes wide as she kept looking around in all directions, seeing the world around her for the first time. I kept forgetting that all her knowledge and instincts came from the bond I shared with her, and how she herself was essentially a newborn, with almost no experience with anything. I grabbed her in my hand, and she stared wide-eyed at me, startled at having been taken from her perch. "Do you want to explore?" I asked. The little plant, that was starting to look more and more like a doll made of leaves, with the flower on her head like white and red streaks of hair, jumped in excitement. A series of whistles and chimes sounded from her. I laughed, crouching as I set her down atop Sheldon's shell, patting the little big guy. "Can you take her around for a while? Just keep her out of trouble if you can." "Chirp," Sheldon replied, his mouth shaped in a smile as he extended his neck up to look at the bloodroot. Sheldon had been surprisingly nice to Twilight. A lot more than I'd expected, given how he'd been injured. Labby, on the other hand, hadn't warmed up to Twilight nearly as quickly, which came as a bit of a shock. She'd not shown any hesitation with Sheldon or Nian, so I wondered why she was so hesitant about Twilight. I watched the little plant spirit ride off ahead on Sheldon's back, singing happily as she took in the sights. "Are you sure you don't want to go as well?" I asked Labby.
"Labby wants to stay. She wants to see the thing the great master has made," Labby replied.
Fair enough. I could understand that desire. I was practically burning with the very same desire myself, but a few preparations had to be made first. I dug into the pouch, pulling out chi-imbued slips of paper with characters imprinted upon them. I walked around the area, carrying the slips as I mentally measured out the section. Taking as much space as I thought would be a safe distance, I started to carefully place each formation slip, pouring my chi in to hold them in place. I dragged strands of chi across each, connecting them in an octagon formed of chi threads. Placing the last one,
I felt the formation start up as the qi within the formation vibrated, before fading away. I smiled at my success. Liu Xiang's tips had certainly helped a lot in my progress for using formations, even though I was still only scratching the surface. I went about placing the other formations down when a voice interrupted me. "Apologies for the delay, Senior," Liu Xiang said, walking into the grove with a smile. I paused for a brief moment at the rare smile he wore, before smiling back. "No, you came just at the right time. I've just about set everything up that I could on my own. Now all that's left is for you to take a look and for us to begin testing. It seems Senior's understanding of formations has greatly increased."
Have the books this one talked about been of any help? They've been extremely helpful for sure. Although I must admit, a lot of things still make me feel lost, which is not a common occurrence, I said, dusting my hands as I got up. Lao Xiang gave a light nod, his smile widening. Formations are a difficult art, with many intricacies and even more details. It takes dedication and discipline to practice them. A virtue worth pursuing for any cultivator. Not enough of them think that, I replied with a snort, and Lao Xiang laughed. Indeed, but who could deny the mighty? The heavens favor strength, be it the strength of the mind, physique, or spirit. His words gave me pause. In a way, that was truer than I'd ever realized. The path we followed showed the understanding of the world, and the closer that understanding was to the truth of things, the more the heavens would favor you. At least, that was the traditional understanding of it. Clearly, there was a lot more hidden underneath the surface. With the existence of Gu, the world's spirit, and the things the heavens so dearly wished not to spread, at least not to those who couldn't survive the tribulations it sent down. In a way, the heavens were a limiter, a constraint, and what I was doing was arming people to allow them to break the seal. The development of science had taken away almost all natural threats from humanity. We'd tamed our world, tamed nature, and conquered it. Science had been created as a method of understanding and to better utilize the world around us. And the science I was pursuing in this world? It was meant to tame the heavens themselves. Was there something wrong with what this one said? Lao Xiang asked at my sudden silence. I shook my head. No, nothing wrong. It's just, your words rang more true than I'd expected them to. It made me think about the nature of what I've learned for myself and the things I plan to do. I dug in my pouch, pulling out one of the goo-nades. And if this works, it might very well be the first major step I've taken toward that goal. Lao Xiang regarded me silently, then headed to the section where I'd set the wards. With surprising dexterity, Lao Xiang imprinted characters all around the area, setting up formations with his needles and paper slips with characters set on them. I took a few steps back, watching as the qi in the area crackled and fizzled. With a gushing pulse of qi, a shimmering barrier appeared, quite similar to the one Lao Xiang used when I'd freed Sheldon. Only this time, it was meant to protect us from the grenade. "It is done," Lao Xiang replied, walking back, and I nodded. I sent Sheldon a note from our bond to keep Twilight away from the area, and we walked into the protected section. I held the goo-nade out, looking at the unassuming cylinder of metal and the contents within it. I'd tested it for safety and handling so that merely shaking it wouldn't explode it in my face. So far, everything seemed to have been working perfectly. I could thank Lao Xiang for the additional precautions added in the formations carved in as well. It had taken 2 weeks simply making sure this design would be safe. I took a deep breath, glancing at Lao Xiang, who nodded. Jiju appeared on his shoulder, watching intently. Labby mimicked my nervous excitement, purple lightning crackling against my cheek.
Let's do this then, I said, pressing on to the top level, the spoon of the grenade. I pulsed my chi, and the formations on the grenade lit up. Taking a step, I channeled chi in my arm and threw with all my power. The grenade shot forward like an arrow, cutting through the air at high speeds. I sent a thick pulse of goo to the weapon, and, on instinct, crouched down to brace for the explosion. A slow moment passed in agonizing silence, and I feared my project failed. Then the first shockwave hit me.
Fire blazed in a searing, burning light as a cracking whip of air ran against the formation, shaking the ground. I covered my eyes, looking away from the explosion and stumbling from the tremors. Another shockwave followed, with a blast of wind that tumbled the trees, blasting them into splinters as they flew around in an inferno of fire. My heart raced, drowning out all sound. A dust cloud loomed in the area, covering the devastation. We watched in stunned silence as trees continued to topple over one after the other. When the dust settled, I could finally take a look at the impact. A crater was carved into the ground. Nearby roots had turned pitch black, the ground black and scarred, with wood having turned to ash within moments. Nothing remained in the immediate vicinity of the explosion. I stumbled out of the protected area. The air stung my skin from the heat. I stared at the section, feeling neither chi nor goo, as if a void had been ripped open into the world, similar to the void that had been present in Zhang's core.
Labby, feel scared? I nodded, moving closer and crouched down to touch the ground. Silvery ash was underneath the black, hardened surface. Lao Shang walked up, his face deathly still and passive. Had Senior anticipated this? No. This is far beyond all my expectations. A mere single pill? This is devastating, I replied, a tremble to my voice. The crash of another tree broke my thoughts, and I turned to look at Lao Shang. This one knows of only a handful of people within the 7th Peak City who could survive a direct blow from this weapon. This is a weapon that could kill elders if used in an ambush, Lao Shang said, his voice shaking. I nodded, turning back to the burnt ground. It seems I hadn't made a mere goo-nade, but an honest-to-God mini goo-nuke. I rubbed my hand, getting up. I can't use this. Not until things get extremely dire. I'll need to find an alternative for the tournament, I said, turning to Liu Xiang, who nodded back. Can you please not mention this to anyone else for now? We'll test the other goo-nades later, but I'd like for this weapon to not fall into the wrong hands. I'd never expected this level of strength. I need some time to think things over. Liu Xiang opened his mouth, about to reply, when I heard rustling and noises come from up ahead. My eyes widened in surprise as I realized something very important. There was no way the sect hadn't noticed the explosion. We were so screwed. Chapter 73. Shared Secrets. I pushed my senses outward from the grove and found 2 cultivators heading this direction, their guards up. Senior, we need to run. The formation will deflect them for a while, but its strength will run out soon, Lao Shang said, his voice clipped. He slipped his hand in his sleeves, and 2 needles appeared. He threw them swiftly, embedding them in the burnt ground to bolster the formation. Sheldon, quick! Can you take us away? I called out, pulling on our bond in a rush. A tidal wave formed around my feet, lifting me in the air and to the side. Labby squeaked in surprise, and I pulled her into my dantian. Lao Shang was similarly being washed up, a ball of water forming around us. Sheldon rose from the ground, still carrying Twilight on his back, who looked on in confusion. I focused my thoughts, cutting off any sense of distress I may have been projecting through our bond, as I reached out to Sheldon once more. "Can you cover the area in fog?" "Chirp!" Sheldon replied, opening his mouth. The little turtle took in a long breath and breathed out, fog spraying outward in a tide. "Senior, we can head to this one's chambers. It's already been warded and fairly close by," Lao Shang spoke to my mind, and I mentally acknowledged his words. I relayed the thoughts to Sheldon, and with a sudden pull, the little turtle shot forward on his wave of water, carrying us along through the air as if we were rising little clouds of water streams. The world flew past in a blur. I vaguely sensed some mystic arts being used by the cultivators, but Sheldon's fog kept their senses clouded. Within a few seconds, we were flying over the sect and beyond the grove. We crossed the sect walls to enter the sect proper, and Sheldon dropped us down, returning Twilight to my arms. The little plant spirit chittered before rushing into my sleeve to hide. "Thanks, Sheldon," I said, grabbing him.
Flaring my chi, I evaporated all the water from my body and clothes. Lao Shang did the same. Trying not to appear too agitated or unnerved, we headed toward Lao Shang's place at the outer sect chambers, making swift progress up the hill. Some people murmured about the earthquake, and there were even talks of an attack. I tried not to grimace at the words, feeling foolish to not have anticipated this. In my defense, none of the reactions from Qi and Gu had been that violent. "This way," Lao Shang said, taking a left. The little home was set with wards on its boundaries that made me want to avert my eyes, despite my wishes to head toward it. I guess that's one way to tell people you're not accepting guests. An enviable ability, but I suspected if I could force my way through, then so could most other people. Once we were inside, Lao Shang quickly closed the doors, placing another talisman that rippled with qi, and new wards sprung up from the ground. He turned to me, his eyes set in a much more serpentine look than I'd seen from him before. "This one believes the formations will be enough. No one should be headed for this location either. The weapon had left nothing behind, neither Qi nor Gu." "I sure hope so," I replied, smiling, but the serious look on Lao Shang's face made my smile slip. "Please follow this one, Senior," Lao Shang said. I stared at his back for a moment before following him. The path took me to a little chamber quite similar to Old Man's place, if not for the many diagrams of animals and human bodies, and thin, sharp needles. That and the many, many books on poison on the bookshelf. I stepped around the bowls and things strewn across the floor in a mess that seemed extremely uncharacteristic of the Lao Shang I knew. If anything, I'd expected this place to be squeaky clean. The little notes spread around on the Gu nade brought a smile to my face. A sharp hiss reached my ears, carried by a slithering aura that froze my steps. I looked up to see Ji-Ju standing on the table nearby, Liu Sheng's eyes wide, as if he couldn't believe he'd just done that. I awkwardly pretended not to have noticed and gave him a moment to gather himself. "Apologies for the unsightly display, Senior. This one has been a bit unsettled by our creation," Liu Sheng said. "It was something, yeah. If I'd been a normal person, the shockwave would have blown apart my eardrums. Good to know that cultivation enforces those too," I said. "Forgive this one for the bluntness, Senior, but this one would prefer to have some answers. There have been many things about Senior that haven't made sense. Your spirit's names, for one. This one does not know what this La Bi means. Neither does this one know about Xiaodong or the Gu weapon's name. The way Senior helped craft it had shown that there had been other similar weapons that Senior knew of. Are there more of these things lying around?" "No," I replied firmly. There's none. Not in this world.
This one does not understand. How did Senior know of these weapons? Has Senior found some source of forbidden knowledge? Is that what allows Senior to cultivate both qi and gu? Liu Shang asked, his eyes unblinking. I sighed, my heart racing a bit. I knew I couldn't just run around pulling all these stunts and not have someone eventually start to question me. But this was still happening a lot faster than I anticipated. "Let's take a seat, shall we?" I said. I took the time to gather my thoughts, the qi in my core rustling, failing to properly wrangle any of my explanations together. "Can Labby know too?" Labby asked. I led Labby out onto my shoulder where she manifested in a crackle of purple lightning. "You can listen. It's about time I told someone," I said. A flower peeked out from my sleeve, and I grabbed Twilight, chuckling. "All right, you too then." The little flower girl cheered, and I set her on my thigh before returning my attention to Liu Shang. Thoughts churned about how to approach the topic and explain it in a way that didn't sound completely crazy. How much should I even tell Liu Shang? I'd known him for a couple of months now, steadily becoming friendlier with the otherwise stoic boy. Not to mention, I knew a lot more about him than he did about me. Perhaps it was time I reciprocated. Might as well start from the very beginning. "I'm not from this world." Liu Shang's expression remained blank, as if unsure of what I meant. It's complicated, but to put it simply, my soul has two halves. One that lived its life in this world as Lu Jie for almost 20 years, almost completely unaware of his past life. And the other that slept through it all, only knowing the past life it had lived and nothing else. I gently pet Twilight's head, and she chimed, not understanding a word I meant, but still happy to be listening. Feeling a bit calmer, I continued. I was that half. I woke up from a head injury a couple of months ago because of a spar, and found myself here, lost and confused with memories I didn't recognize or understand. And so, I tried to put myself away from danger at first, thinking I would run from the sect and be free. It didn't take more than a couple of minutes to realize that it wouldn't be so easy to wander around with nothing to my name. I decided to earn some money and start an alchemy shop of my own somewhere. Live by myself, study and buy books, and spend my days comfortably. It was easier said than done, but I think back then, all I wanted was to have a goal to push myself toward. Liu Xiang's gaze remained focused on me. I took in a deep breath. If I stopped here now, I'd never have the courage to go on. I was scared. Unknown, unfamiliar place, and I felt lost. I threw myself into the one thing I would enjoy and love, and kept pouring myself into alchemy. It was better than thinking over what may come of my future and about my past. I kept on blindly going and going. That is, until I found Labby. I smiled at the little rat on my shoulder, remembering the days when I still thought of her as a boy without ever bothering to confirm. Labby crackled lightly at having her name mentioned, and a chuckle escaped me. Labby was, well, at first, she'd been an interesting and fun companion, a nice distraction from my usual work. But over time, especially when she could finally talk to me, I started to grow a lot more attached to my little junior sister here. It gave me a reason to stay? I don't know. So often I'd think of just walking away and never be seen, just fade to some unknown location away from all of it. But then I'd think about how I needed to take care of Labby, and how she'd like to be in a place where she could get more spirit herbs, and that maybe it wasn't so bad staying in the sect and doing alchemy. I softly pet Labby's head. If it wasn't for her,
I probably would have left the sect a lot earlier. She made it easier for me to live here and feel at home. And then I met Su Lin and Yan Yun and Granny Lang and you, Sheldon, Nyan, and now Twilight. I lifted the plant spirit up, and she chimed, happy to have heard her name, though still not understanding a word of what I said. I met Lo Xiang's eyes. That's the honest truth of it. I have memories of a world vastly different from this one, with no cultivation or qi, but a lot more science and technology. And I'm merely trying to bring in that understanding and method of reasoning to this world. Although the heavens don't seem to like that, I said with a smirk, briefly looking up at the sky. This one, Lujia. I don't know what to say, Lo Xiang said, and it was my turn to widen my eyes. That was the most informal I'd ever seen Lo Xiang be. Forgive me, Lo Xiang added, and I shook my head. No, if anything, I prefer that. Well, this is awkward, but it feels like I finally got to become your friend.
Liu Sheng smiled, his eyes wrinkling softly. There was a subtle difference in his expression. The serpentine features and the structure of his face weren't a regular human's, adding to the effect. Yet the expression he wore, it had to be the most human expression I'd seen on him yet. I expected you to be the lost scion of some clan, or to have gained the blessing of a hidden elder. Perhaps the disciple of an elder like that. But to hear of another world and the memories of a past life. Truly, you never cease to surprise me, Lu Jie, Lu Shang said. I laughed, caught off guard by his words. What can I say? I seem to have that effect on people, I replied with a smirk on my face, and Lu Shang laughed. I noticed two fangs peeking from within his mouth, and Lu Shang caught me staring, quickly hiding them. I truly seem to have lost all sense of shame today. I think I blame you, Lu Jie, Lu Shang replied, making me chuckle. Lu Shang sighed, and Ji Zhu shifted on his back, waving her legs as if arguing with him. Lu Shang's eyes turned to me, and I straightened my back. I have something I believe I must share too, Lu Shang said. His fists clenched under his sleeve. My true name is not Yi Lu Shang, but Xie Lu Shang, the child of Xie Yu Mei, a member of the Xie ducal clan. Yi was my mother's last name. I was unsure of the implication, but from what I knew, the ducal clans were a big deal. Even just being a member of one must be a big deal. If you're from such a prestigious clan, then what are you doing on the 7th peak? This one does not belong to the Xie clan. My father had abandoned me. My mother had not been of the ducal clan, and had not possessed the poison bloodline of the family. There had been little chances of the bloodline being inherited by a child birthed from a woman not of the clan. But I did. And I killed my mother, poisoning her from the womb. Despite my father's wishes to be rid of me, my mother refused, insistent on giving birth to me, and despite all my father's effort, he failed to save her, Lao Xiang said. My voice was stuck, unsure of what to say. Moments passed in silence before I could speak up. It's not my place to say anything, but if there's one thing I know, it's that it wasn't your fault, Lao Xiang, and that your mother had loved you very dearly. Lao Xiang lowered his head, giving a light nod. I know. Her last words were my name. I moved closer, unsure of what to do, so I simply sat in silence, trying to provide any company that I could. Thank you, Lu Jie, Lao Xiang said. If you don't mind me asking, I said, trying to change the topic, then do you live by yourself in the sect? Though my father has abandoned me,
I still possess the bloodline of the Xie. The clan has forced my father to accept me, if I can prove myself within the sect through my own means. The only thing provided to me has been the cultivation arts, to prevent them from killing me as well. The result of that cultivation slows my growth, while providing potent poison with no match. But the poison wears on my body, resulting in the yang qi that Lu Jie can sense, Lao Shang said, with a light smile. That sounded like a not-so-great way to cultivate. Imagine dying from a poison you were born with, and that which killed your mother as well. I couldn't imagine what living like that must be like. Now it seems we both know each other's secrets, Lao Shang said. I stared at him, then stood. Lao Shang frowned, then stood facing me. I have something I want to ask of you, Lao Shang, I said, keeping my back straight. Lao Shang nodded. I wish to establish a new path, one of understanding and knowledge. But it seems the heavens are not too willing to allow me to progress upon my path. We've seen the Gunad, and that's merely the beginning.
I plan to bring cultivation to the mortals, to break the established order of cultivators and bring knowledge so that the world can finally come to know and understand what lies beyond heaven and earth, to finally know the world around them. I wish to start an empire of knowledge and understanding. I grinned. I want to start an empire formed on drugs. My qi rustled in my core, Lu Jie's spirit shifting in my mind. In this, he agreed with me. We would build our empire together. I can help you, Liu Sheng, with what I know and what I learn in exploring the mysteries of this world and unraveling its secrets. And in return, will you help me? Liu Sheng sighed, clenching his hands. Then he smiled. You truly never cease to surprise me. I will, Lu Jie. I laughed, moving in to sweep Liu Sheng up in a hug.
Fiend! Let Liu Sheng go! This is inappropriate!
Jeju crackled. Liu Sheng burst out laughing so mirthfully that I couldn't resist laughing as well. Labby too! Labby will help too! Labby exclaimed.
Gee!
Twilight chimed in agreement from atop Sheldon's back as the little turtle splashed her with some water.
Oh, and Labby has a secret too,
Labby said in a tiny whisper, hesitant. I let go of Liu Sheng, turning to look at Labby. What is it, Labby? I asked, curious. The little rat sniffled, her ears flicking before she squeaked and shouted.
Labby has been learning how to fight from Lei Yu without telling Master. Please forgive Labby.
Labby tried to mimic a kowtow as she crackled with purple lightning. My eyes rose to meet Liu Sheng's at the display, and for some reason, I couldn't hold my back laughter. I think that's the best secret I've learned today, I replied, feeling strangely content. I'd gained another ally on my path. Now, all that remained was the spirit herb hunt. Chapter 74. Selection Round 1. The morning rays filtered in over the horizon, touching upon the gathered crowd. A light breeze rustled my hair. Labby crackled with purple lightning, flickering her ears in nervous anticipation. I gave Labby's fuzzy head a pet, echoing her nervous excitement. Chirp! Sheldon exclaimed, bumping his head against my hand as I held him. Twilight chimed alongside Sheldon, excitedly twirling as she sat upon my head. I grinned at the excitement from Twilight and her desire to explore, and an undercurrent of the desire to hunt. My hand went into one of my sleeves, feeling at the drug nades and the single goo-nade, which I hoped I wouldn't need to use. I scanned the crowd and the various cultivators wearing the robes of the outer sect. I felt slightly out of place among the many young cultivators, some extremely so, looking close to 14 years old and so on.
We'd gathered just outside a little section of the forest that covered the sect hills. The area was marked with a massive formation that spanned all the way across, shimmering with chi and letting anyone nearby know of its presence. I wondered if the formation was to keep the spirits out of the area or to keep them in. I noted similar formation areas rising in thin pillars of light. Seems as if this wasn't the only place the selection round was occurring. I still hadn't spotted Liu Shang or either of the twins in this part of the selection round. At least, this should be fairly simple in that case. A disciple glanced at me in confusion, and I couldn't tell whether it was due to the turtle, rat, and plant spirit I had with me, or that I was visibly older than almost everyone present. I ignored the boy, not willing to engage in conversation.
My mind was already starting to fill with all sorts of possibilities and ideas for what kind of herb might be the prize, what the selection process itself may be, and how I could run all sorts of experiments with the things I'd gain. Just the thought of carrying out a mountain of herbs from the tournament, sending the pills to Sulin, and establishing my own alchemy shop for pill trading and selling was enough to almost make me break out in a cackle. The same thought, and the potential to gain these resources, was likely also why so many more disciples were present than I'd anticipated. When the sun had risen a decent way above the horizon, chi swirled and rustled up ahead, fog and mist spreading. A man garbed in white robes with light blue clouds sewed upon them stepped out of the fog, their presence spreading out. Seventh Realm. Sheldon spoke in my head, and I nodded. I dipped my head in respect alongside the many disciples at the appearance of the elder. A moment later, I raised my head. The elder swept his hands around and paused when his gaze rested upon Sheldon and Twilight. I held my breath, waiting for the elder to say something. In a smooth motion, the man continued, and, with a pulse of chi, a voice carried across the field. Disciples, it is an auspicious day on which we have all gathered here to start the selection for the upcoming Spirit Herb Tournament. To think of this as any lesser than the martial tournament running alongside would be a mistake, for this is a chance to perform with not just your might, but by your cunning and knowledge. 2 of you will be chosen from each selection area, 2 among the 10s gathered here. And these 2 will have the opportunity to present themselves in front of the entire sect and Lord Zhou himself. Do not let this opportunity go to waste. The elder's voice was clear and resonant, with each word articulated with a careful hum, like the verses of a poem. The challenge is simple. There are 8 tokens hidden among the area. 2 tokens form a medallion of either the sun or of the moon. There are 2 lunar medallions and 2 solar ones, with each medallion containing a trial within it. The victor needs to acquire both the lunar and the solar medallion to qualify. Upon any fatal injury, the disciple would be teleported out of the arena and attended to immediately. The ward placed upon the area will ensure no mortal harm befalls any disciple, the elder said. That was a relief. This opened up the possibility of using the gunad if the need called for it. Although I should try and test how effective the ward and teleportation was first. That will be all. May heaven's favor be with the skillful, the elder announced, vanishing in a cloud of fog. The disciples stared around in confusion when a few people shot forward and into the forest. Realizing the selection had already started, a rush of disciples made their way into the forest. I decided to stand outside, scanning the area. 8 tokens, forming 4 medallions. Randomly searching for one didn't seem like the best method. There had to be clues given for where to find them, something to point out their locations. Can you smell anything? I asked Labby.
Squeak! Labby can smell lots and lots of herbs. So many herbs.
But no, Master. Labby can't sense the tokens, Labby said, flicking her tail. My sight went to another boy standing nearby, with tall, thin limbs that hung awkwardly by his side. He held a book open, stepping calmly to the area where the elder had appeared. I raised my eyebrows as he crouched down, touching the earth before he glanced back, his eyes narrowing and his lips curving up in a light smile. He whispered something, and even though the words didn't reach my ears, I could still tell what he'd said from his lips. "I'll be taking this one." My eyes widened when he walked ahead and vanished in thin air. Some kind of illusion? I moved closer to the area and waving my hand awkwardly through the air, but finding nothing. Closing my eyes, I spread my senses out and tried again. The presence of a thin veil touched upon my senses, anchored to the ground. A small gap through the opening leaked minute amounts of chi out to the world. I focused on the gap in the veil and stepped ahead with my eyes closed. Something passed over my body, the sensation of chi washing through. I opened my eyes and was greeted by a dark cavern deep underground. Lunar chi touched my senses, flowing in from ahead. There was almost no light present in the dark area. I doubted I could see anything if I hadn't been a cultivator. Well, I guess we found something at least. Now to get to it before that boy does, I said, as Labby squeaked, forming a tiny ball of fire above my hand to provide some light. The caverns curled and curved like a slithering snake, with branches upon branches diverting from the central tunnel in all sorts of directions. I followed the trail of lunar chi, ignoring the side areas. A crackle of lightning gave me pause. Labby can feel it. Lunar chi. Lots of it. I nodded, pouring chi to my feet. Wind whipped up around me as I used the wind step, rushing ahead at high speeds. The cavern flew past, leading me to a split in the path. "Master, left!" Labby exclaimed, and I followed her direction, rushing into the left tunnel. The area widened up ahead, similar to how it had been in the cavern I'd found Sheldon. A silvery pool shimmered with a beautiful mist, the image of a still moon reflecting upon the surface. The crescent moon on Labby's forehead lit up as the lunar chi coagulated all around her, her nose twitching as she tried to search for drifting chi from the token. "Chi," Twilight chimed, a stream of thoughts heading toward me. "Big, lake, little, fire?" Confused about what she meant, I looked around. Little unlit torches were spread around the wide cavern walls. Beams of light from the shining moon reflected off the lake, bathing them in its glow. One torch shimmered with a blue light, a singular beam angled at the moon. "I guess I have to light the torches and focus the light on the moon?" I said, amused at how odd this puzzle was. My smile slipped when I realized that there was no good way to light the torches. Racking my brain for an answer to the puzzle, Sheldon piped up. "Chirp!" the little turtle exclaimed, opening his mouth, and chi flared out. The pool of water shuddered as if shaking from a powerful earthquake, and I stumbled back as the entirety of the lake lifted into the air in a swirling whirlpool. My mouth hung open at the display of a literal ton of water hanging mid-air, before my gaze drifted down to a pedestal now empty of water, where a half-token shone with the image of the moon. I stumbled closer, dropping into the crater of the lake, and grabbed the token. I looked up to the ceiling, covered with hovering, swirling water, and laughter bubbled out from my chest. "I guess that's one way to solve the puzzle," I smirked, as Sheldon squeaked once more. I made my way out, and Sheldon let go of the hovering water, returning it to the lake with a massive splash that drenched me. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" I glared at the turtle through my soaking wet hair, pulsing my chi to evaporate it.
Sheldon squealed happily, bumping his head against mine, and I couldn't say anything more to his cute little smiling face. All right, the other half might be in the right tunnel. Truly unexpected. I never thought the sect misfit would get so far. And so quick, too, a voice echoed through the cavern as the boy from before stepped closer, the other half of the lunar medallion grasped in his hand. My name is Xianfang, and I would suggest handing over the token. His voice was calm and his eyes assessing.
I struggled to hold back a sigh, putting the token in my pouch and circulating my chi. The classic fight with the arrogant boy in a tournament arc setup. I'd been expecting this. With a deep breath, I held the boy's calculating stare, obviously waiting for me to announce my name. I decided to use my starting move instead. With a pulse of chi to Labby, I shouted my first move. Labby, use Thunderbolt! Squeak! Chapter 75. Selection Round 2. Lightning crackled in a spiral of purple, gathering around Labby's body with rising fury. Labby leapt from my shoulder, glowing a bright purple as a powerful beam of lightning surged from her body and shot at the boy. His eyes widened in shock at seeing the lunar lightning. Mist exploded around him, and he leapt, gracefully lifting off the ground. The purple lightning struck the cloud of mist and spread, making it look like a thundercloud hanging near the ground. I didn't waste time, commanding Labby for the next move. Labby, Thunderbolt again, I shouted, but sent a different thought to her through our bond. Aim a few crescents near the ground, to trip him while you pretend to throw lightning. Labby gave me a mental acknowledgement. I grinned, watching my thunder rat crackle in all her glory as she shot toward the boy. Lightning surged around Labby, and for a moment surprise rose in my chest at the amount of chi she was using. Labby had grown in the past few weeks, and if I let myself sit around too long, she may one day surpass me like this. An odd excitement started to bud. This tournament was my chance to show the sect my path and the path of my spirits, to demonstrate the power of science. An empire doesn't rise in silence, and if I wanted to have support, then I needed to show them what I was worth. Lu Jie stirred in my chest at the thought, a half-whisper in my mind. We're not hiding anymore. Not afraid? I smiled at that, just as Labby struck with her lunar crescents. The boy tripped, and Labby used the opportunity to strike him with a bolt of lightning. I'm terrified as shit, I replied to Lu Jie in my mind. But I realized that running away from this world held no meaning. That in a world of power, my naivety would have killed the people I love. We saw what happened to Zhang, and we felt the wrath of the heavens, and the truth it tries to hide. Can I truly afford to sit around and do nothing? I don't think so. This is an opportunity to show my worth to the sect, to show them my path, and then leave before they can get their hooks in. I do not wish to be tied down under the sect's chains. But if I have to leave, why not leave with a blast? Goo flared in my second core, roaring wildly to be released. Seems Lu Jie shared my excitement. I laughed, envisioning the future with my friends in a different sort of world, one that I'd helped shape. Time to gain some Xianxia MC points, I said, commanding Labby to charge the guy with lightning. Labby squeaked and shot toward him. His face was covered in a scowl. Sending a rat to fight for you. Have you lost all sense of honor? He screamed, phantoms of mist swirling around, swiping at Labby. I didn't bother replying, focused on Labby fighting with fervor. I could sense her desire to grow, to be faster, stronger, and the sheer joy at finally being able to help me. Labby is your opponent, she screamed, launching a bolt of lightning. The boy cursed, leaping to the side. His face was turning red as the rat he'd dismissed continued to trouble him. It seems I underestimated your spirit. Very well. If you're set on not giving me any face, then I have no reason to do so either, the boy said, and his chi flared. With a pulse, something began to rise around the boy, a coiling figure that writhed and pulsated, formed of mist that smelled of sulfur. Little limbs twitched about in a slimy, slick chi that made my chest writhe with disgust. A massive worm, with fangs lining its maw, rose around the boy. "Will you be fine, Labby?" Labby gave an affirmative, and I nodded. I would let her have a go at it for a while longer. If things got bad, I always had my trump card. With a screech that made me grind my teeth, the worm charged in a mad frenzy at Labby. Labby squeaked, jumping back, shooting it with lightning. Her lightning spread across the worm's mist-like body, not slowing it down in the slightest. "Chee!" Twilight chimed, patting my head. I sensed her worry for Labby. "Don't worry, she'll be fine," I reassured Twilight, before sending another message to Labby. "Labby, use your claws. Focus on its belly." "Squeak!" Labby replied with enthusiasm, crackling with lightning as she charged in. Lunar light gathered around her claws, lengthening them as they lit up. Dodging the worm's maw, it smashed itself into the ground, and Labby slashed through the beast's underside. A screech cut through the spirit's voice as it shuddered and tried to turn around, but Labby was faster. With surprising agility, she ran up the worm, and then, with a powerful surge of purple lightning, she crackled down. The creature screeched and howled as the lightning coursed through its body. The creature broke apart, fading to mist. Labby squeaked in triumph. I grinned, sharing in the feeling of victory, when something flickered in my vision. "Watch out, Labby!" I shouted. But it was too late. The ground splintered under the boy's attack and grew wider as mist poured all around him, forming claws that extended from his fingers, his breathing heavy and his eyes red. "You've insulted me enough!" the boy screamed, charging toward Labby. She scurried back, trying to shoot lightning, but her chi was overpowered and she was flung back. I pulled Labby back into my dantian before she could get injured. The boy looked at me with furious eyes, his hair disheveled. Anger burned in my chest from how he'd hit Labby, and a part of me wanted to jump in and shove his face full with drug nades. But I let the thought go. "Fight me, coward! Your rat cannot buy you any more time," the boy growled. I turned to Sheldon. "You know what to do, buddy." "Chirp!" Sheldon replied, walking ahead. "You wouldn't dare." "Even now you refuse to fight?" he spluttered. And with a roar, he leapt at me, the mist surrounding him boiling. "Chirp!" Sheldon exclaimed, a wall of water rising. Chi flared, like a deep well of power, and the boy crumbled on his feet. His eyes widened in shock, soon replaced by terror, as the tide of water swallowed him. There was a brief moment where my eyes met the boy's before he was flung across the cavern like a doll. A moment later, I saw a glimmer of lights around him as the boy vanished, likely teleported away by the safety formations. "Well, that was quick. I almost feel bad," I muttered with a smile. Sheldon chirped. After making sure it wasn't a trick, I walked to the other end and picked up the other half of the lunar medallion. I put the two halves against each other, and they snapped together, forming the complete medallion. Labby manifested onto my shoulder, crackling with lightning, and pet her head. "You did great, Labby," I said. "Labby will do even better next time," she exclaimed, and Twilight chimed happily. Tucking the lunar medallion in my sleeve, I made my way out of the cavern. Now, to find the sun medallion. Chapter 76. Selection Round 3. Once out of the cavern, I stepped through an odd gate of fog that sent me back to the place I'd stepped in from. Chi rustled behind me as the gate within the illusion closed, now that the Luna medallion was gone from the inside. "All right, now where do we find the sun medallion?" I muttered, taking a sweeping glance across the area. I let my chi senses spread out, layering them with my sense for goo to get a feel for things. There were some cultivators nearby who rushed away or hid their presence even further when they sensed my probing. It was odd competing with cultivators where none were even at the peak of the third realm. And here I was, halfway through to the fourth. Kind of felt like a big bully stepping into a kid's playing ground, flexing on everyone. "Well, on the other hand, it's the perfect competition for you, isn't it, Labby?" Labby let out a squeak. "Labby will win!" she exclaimed, and I laughed. "You'll have your chance again. It's best to rest up for now. I'm quite proud of how much you've grown, Labby. If you keep growing like this, I'm afraid you'll end up surpassing me one day," I said with a grin. She crackled in delight. "Labby could never. Her great master is the strongest. He just doesn't realize how strong he is yet." I laughed, heading for the thicket. Keeping my senses open, I began to make my way through. The sectioned-off area for the selection round was small enough that I could run a lap around it in 5 minutes, which was pretty big when I thought about it. "Labby, can you smell anything?" I asked. Labby perked up on my shoulder and took a sniff. "From that direction. Labby smells fire," she said. Sending chi to my feet, I activated Wind Step. Stopping every other minute, I waited for Labby to take another sniff and redirect me to where the chi was coming from. Trees and bushes rushed past me, and in just a few minutes, I was at the right location. Slowing my steps, I concealed my presence and took a spot far enough to be undetectable. 4 pillars of metal stood in an open section devoid of trees. Each pillar had characters of glowing red carved upon them, with a fire lit on top. A pedestal of stone stood at the center of the 4 towers, within which was a circular device of some sort and a slot, likely where the sun medallion had been. "The tokens are with the 2 cultivators. Labby can smell them." I nodded, having figured as much out myself. 2 cultivators were just ahead, chi flaring from both their cores as they lunged at each other with various cultivation arts being put on display. I sensed both to be at the low 3rd realm. Should I take the risk of going in, or try to find the other sun medallion? No, there might not be enough time to find more. I waited in the bushes, at a distance much farther than I would have been able to see without my bullshit cultivator abilities. I channeled a thin strand of goo to my eyes every few seconds, shifting between chi and goo like a pulsating AC current. The reason I was doing something risky like this? Because, for some reason, goo was a lot better at enhancing my physique than chi was. My edgy demon lord eyes extended my vision quite a bit more, and if I pulsated the goo enough, the white iris black eye thing didn't set in. My eyes instead slightly lose their usual dark color. It was quite a neat trick, though one I'd never gotten to properly use before now. I sat, watching the kids, or, cultivators, fight. I almost let out a whistle as water struck boulders and earth moved around in ripples. It made me realize just how different this world truly was, and what I lacked compared to these kids. No matter how much cultivation I had, I didn't know how to fight, and I didn't know how to do all the crazy martial arts these kids did. Master knows, does he not? He'd fought the wraiths, fought the thunder and wolves, fought many things. Master is merely kind and does not hurt those he thinks are undeserving. And if Master truly wishes to learn, he can join Labby. I turned to give Labby a blank stare. She always said oddly wise stuff sometimes, doesn't she? Perhaps. I looked back to the 2 cultivators fighting. Perhaps I can. If I wanted to start my own place, though I may call it a drug empire, what it would truly be was a school a home, and most of all, my lab. If I wanted something like that, then perhaps it'd be worth spending some time trying to learn how to fight. Lu Jie stirred within my chest, his emotions rising to reach mine. A voice whispered in my head as the goo stirred in my core. We could learn together. I smiled in response. We could learn together indeed. Chirp! Sheldon exclaimed, happily nuzzling his head against mine. I scratched his long neck, idly observing the cultivators. The girl using water techniques had one half of the medallion. She was using her abilities to move around with speed, riding on her water as she shot torrents of it with appendages that struck like a whip. The boy was much taller, with broad shoulders. He remained sturdy in his place, taking each blow and shrugging it off. Bending down, he would grab at the earth and pull out chunks before launching them at high speeds toward the girl. Full-on Xianxia cultivation battle, and it was only going to get rougher in the tournament itself. I grinned in response. I'd made all my preparations, done all I could. I'd prepared a batch of drug nades and had the ultimate card of Sheldon on my side. There was little to be afraid of. And if things did go to shit, I could always nuke the hell out of everything and run off. All right, I think I have a plan. I looked to Labby with a smile. Time to steal our way to victory. Lightning crackled in Labby's core while she waited in ambush for her master's signal. Her chi was replenished thanks to the bond with her master, and Labby felt as ready to go as she could be. Her ears flicked in joy, tracking the scent of the burning chi of the sun coming from the two medallions up ahead. It touched against her lunar chi, calling to it, like the yang for her yin. Finally, she was able to help her great master. He'd relied on her during the fight. He'd let her take the charge and show that she was worthy of being his spirit, someone to follow him on his path. She'd failed him once, against the wrath of the heavens. She'd sworn to never be so useless again. It was time to prove that. Okay, Labby, are you ready? Her master's voice asked her. Labby is ready, she sent by. Good. Wait for my word before going in. Speed will be the key, remember that. Just go in and get the medallions. I'll take care of the rest, her master said, and Labby squeaked in response. She was hiding a lot closer to the cultivators in one of the bushes. Labby had lamented her lack of chi and her nature for the lack of strength in her arts. Yet now, the very same nature as a rat let her move so close to the cultivators undetected. It further showed her how everything under the heavens had their place. But she would not be following her master if she was content to merely be as her nature dictated. Labby felt her master's chi pulsate. His vitality stirred, heading toward twilight as the little plan spirit greedily ate at it. Labby felt her mouth watering, but she controlled herself, keeping her mind focused. She had a task from her master to finish. With a pulse of chi, she sensed the plants around the cultivators, rising as they wrapped themselves around their feet. Now! Her master shouted, and with a crackle of purple lightning, Labby shot off. The world zipped by as strands of lightning carried Labby. She raced, jumping to dodge a strike from a whip of water and chunks of rocks. Turning midair, Labby pushed off one of the rocks, aiming for the cultivator girl, who now hesitated from the shock of seeing Labby. Rushing in, she grabbed a hold of the sun medallion from the girl's clothes before leaping off. "Back off!" her master shouted, and Labby obeyed, jumping back. Fire chi exploded in front of the boy, and a loud scream echoed around him. A tornado of flame rose, and Labby waited for the explosion to settle down some before darting in. Dodging the flames, and with a powerful crackle of lightning, she grabbed the second sun medallion. With a thundering heart, Labby ran back to her master,
shooting forward to climb his shoulder. "Sheldon, now!" her master screamed, watching tensely. "Chip!" Sheldon's chi burst forth in a wave. Water rose into a tidal wave, and both cultivators were carried away, screaming. Labby turned to look at her master, the two halves of the medallion held in her mouth. With a smile, her master gently patted her head. "You're the best, Labby," he exclaimed. Labby swished her tail, squeaking back in delight. She was the best. The girl cultivator was teleported away, but the boy with Earth Chi remained. I didn't wait around to get caught by him, grabbing the medallion's other halves and making a dash for it. Wind burst under my feet as I ran ahead through the arena, and soon I was on my way outside. Slightly out of breath, I walked to the end of the formation and stopped when I saw the elder appear in front of me with a flash. "Medallions?" the man asked. I joined the Sun Medallion before digging for the Lunar Medallion and handed both of them to him. "Very well. You've successfully passed the selection round," the man said, and I grinned happily. "A word of advice, though, young disciple. This is merely the selection round, but it would do you well to not rely on your spirit so much, even in a tournament held for the sport of it." His chi flared, and he vanished. I looked at Sheldon.
I'd suspected they wouldn't allow me to simply let Sheldon steamroll through everything. Oh well, troubles for later. Stepping outside of the formation, shining light covered me, and in the next moment, the world vanished. Chapter 77. End of Selections. I stepped beyond the light and found myself inside a pristine hallway, decorated with varied and colorful sculptures and paintings that brimmed with chi. My gaze soaked in the beautiful environment, the delicate chi that floated in the air touching my nose as each breath filled me with new energy. This place was something. Was the entire inner sect like this? The thought that I'd merely been playing with the toys handed to me by this world, while the real treasure sat curled up atop the hills, briefly came to mind. Before I could wander any further into that train of thought, a familiar voice interrupted me. "This one is glad to see Lu Jie here, though his arrival was never in doubt," Lu Shang said. I eyed the long robes that flowed around him. Usually, Lu Shang wore simplistic robes for men as his clothing of choice, but today they were flowing garbs with a far more feminine touch. I smiled. "Close to a breakthrough?" "This one inhabits the yang qi still, but not for long. Although the shedding will have to wait until the end of this tournament." I nodded in reply, noting how even his voice was slightly higher in pitch than before. "I'll definitely be interested in learning more, if you'd be willing to share," I added. A sudden flash of light stilled Lu Shang's response as another person walked into the chamber. Lu Shang merely returned a nod. "Let us talk of this later." Together, we moved to the other side, and I let my gaze follow the many people standing around. There were roughly 9 others present within the hall, if I counted myself and Lu Shang. I eyed the various cultivators and found none that were still in the second realm. Almost everyone had broken into the third realm, with most in the middle of the third realm. I frowned, realizing just how difficult it was to place some of their ages. From the general looks of it, all of them could be somewhere around 18. I thanked the fact that my face didn't look terribly older than any of the kids here, though I certainly felt a lot older. Was I actually 40 years old, seeing how I'd lived through my previous life for about that long, and then somewhat lived for another 20 years here? Am I a secret old man? The thought made me smile. It didn't take long for my mirth to die down, as light flashed once more, and I felt thunder chi from a source I hadn't felt in months. Conversation stopped,
Lightning crackled, and chi spread outward, arrogantly probing at everyone inside. A small figure stepped out from the light, followed by another flash, and 2 young kids of about 15 walked into the hall. The goo in my other core stirred at the sight of the twins arrogantly scanning the hall before they lost interest in everybody inside. My eyes remained set on the 2 children. I quietly reached out with my senses. Low third realm. The dratted twins had made a breakthrough even without Yan Yun's help. Sensing my probing, the twins glanced at me, and I wondered if they were going to say something. I tensed, waiting for them to come up, but their gaze passed by me without any visible recognition. They don't remember me, huh? If I was a tad more arrogant, then I may have been pissed off and shouted something like, "You dare not remember this, Granddaddy." But this suited me just fine. More than fine. This was perfect. The element of surprise was exactly what I was hoping to rely on to prevent anyone from predicting my moveset and abilities. I hadn't asked Labby and Sheldon to fight merely to flex on my opponents, but also because I didn't know who was watching. I intended to show as little to my opponents as possible. The drug nades I'd used were also the very first iteration of the pill, some of the weakest ones I had. With plenty of ideas on modification, I was going to be armed with a lot more varied arsenal for the upcoming tournament. My excitement grew.
I wasn't one for taking revenge, but if given the chance to teach a lesson to 2 bratty kids, I wasn't going to say no. A wave of chi passed by, hushing every conversation. The same elder who'd been holding the tournament appeared, with flowing mist around him. "I must congratulate all of you for successfully passing the selection trial," the man spoke, his words carried by chi. I dipped my head in response, glancing up to find that even the twins weren't stupid enough to disrespect an elder. "The spirit herb hunt itself will begin in 3 days' time. You will be gathered here, all 12 of you, in this hall once more, before being taken to the halls to be introduced to the entire sect. Do not think lightly of this spirit herb hunt, for even if it is an event of sport within the outer sect, it is also an opportunity. The elders will be gathered, as the tournament itself will be displayed to the entire sect at the tournament event, before the martial competition begins. But before we proceed, allow me to show you at last what the prize is that you will be seeking to hunt." The elder turned to the side. Chi gathered at his palm, spreading out in mist. Light refracted in all directions before showcasing a small figure. White flowers blossomed all around, forming a beautiful plant that shone with a dim light. With a sudden jump, the plant rose, revealing a little plant spirit underneath. This is a silver spirit lily, known to produce the purest chi that can heal broken meridians and reinforce pathways. It is a great boon for helping in the foundation of a new circle, and can increase your chi purity and strength. You will be hunting these within the tournament, the elder said. I was about to laugh at the fact that this was quite literally a spirit herb hunt, but my attention was only partially on the elder, as Twilight kept tugging on my hair.
"Chi! Chi!"
the plant spirit chimed, and I reached up to gently grab her. "What's wrong?" I asked Twilight in a whisper, and the little plant spirit pointed to the illusion from the elder, chiming once more. The familiar jumble of thoughts reached me, which they usually did when Twilight was trying to talk. This time, one word echoed itself within the chaos that I could recognize. "Sister!" I glanced at the white plant spirit displayed by the elder, and then back down at the little red flower spirit in my hand. "Guess we'll be getting you a sister," I said, and Twilight chimed in response, smiling brightly. "Chi!"
Now, prepare well, disciples. We look forward to your performance, the elder said, vanishing in a plume of mist. I turned to Liu Xiang and gave him a nod. Taking one last look at the hall that we'd all been teleported to, I began to make my way out. 3 days remained. It was time to do the last of my preparation before I jumped in. Brother, don't you think the boy there had been similar to the one in that odd book we'd grabbed? Li whispered, as he walked with his brother. Perhaps, but he was older than everyone else around, and I noted nothing special about him, besides the fact that he had a turtle. The girl sitting next to him caught my attention a lot more, Lei replied, glancing over at his brother, who crackled with barely contained energy. The two of them had fought and grabbed a hold of the medallions, passing the selection round with ease. Lei wondered why they ever bothered conducting these. It was obvious the only competition the two of them had was from each other. Do you think we should perhaps share the book with the elder? Li asked. And achieve what? Strength is all that matters, Li. You know this. And cousin Yan Yun is still the clan heir. A mere book or two will simply be brushed to the side and taken care of. Not to mention, how will you explain how we got our hands on it? Lei snapped, crackling with lightning. True.
But what if we use it after she's disgraced herself? If we can have her perform poorly and show we're clearly better than the renowned prodigy, and it's revealed to the lords that she has such shameful books with her, then her marriage proposal may fall through. It might be our chance to get brought into the main line of the sect, Li announced, his eyes crackling with lightning chi. Lei hummed thoughtfully, before a delighted grin spread on his lips. You make a fair point, brother. Let us keep the book hidden for now, Lei said. The twins laughed in delight and ran off into the woods. Qi and gu pulsated within my core, cultivating in tune with the heavens and the earth. Labby sat nearby, drinking in the lunar blossom's qi as she homed it into lightning, circulating the qi within her core. I let out a misty breath. Sweat covered my half-naked body, and I reached for a piece of cloth to wipe the gunk off. There was almost none now. My muscles were quite accurately rock hard, though still fairly lean, while my skin remained supple and softer than ever. It was an odd mix, and when I saw my reflection, I resembled a lean athlete more than I did a superhuman capable of lifting a literal truck. Feeling at my two cores, I could sense Lu Jie cultivating in sync with me, both of us working through the cultivation of heaven and earth. It had reinforced the link between our souls, joining the two cores stronger than ever before through the little seed of vitality running through the middle. The sense of refreshment that came after a good workout washed over me. My cores were almost at their peak capacities, my chi reserves having quadrupled in the last month alone. It was such insane progress. I could feel myself choking sometimes, recalling the grueling months of work Lu Jie had put in to gain the minimum of benefits. Something stirred in my chest, a vague whisper that I couldn't make out, but the sentiment was conveyed. Together, I nodded, reveling in a strange sense of joy. This was another aspect that had arisen over time from my cultivation of the heaven and earth. I could hear Lu Jie speak even while awake if I paid enough attention. He seemed to be a lot more aware and conscious than before, at all times. Draping on my robes after cleaning myself, I popped in a rare pill to refill my chi resources. I'd never needed to, as I rarely spent my chi outside alchemy, and the number of spirit herbs in my room had saturated the air with enough chi for a quick recovery of my small reserves. I walked around, grabbing at spirit herbs and fire herbs of all sorts that I could find. Labby was still next to the lunar blossom as she took in the chi. I found that spirits did not truly cultivate as cultivators did. Instead, they relied on the herbs, pills, and their bonds to grow. They absorbed the nature of their path from their surroundings,
permeating the chi in their bodies that allowed them to break into new realms, not merely from their cores, but from their entire beings. So far, there hadn't been many changes with Labby's physique, but I already know how it had been for Sheldon when he'd broken through to the 7th realm. I could only wait and see how my little baby rat grew up. I checked the disassembled goon aid, carefully put in a sealed drawer set with a powerful formation made by Liu Shang. I'd been worried about keeping something like this before I'd realized that with just the base individual components, leaving the goo portions aside, I was essentially just picking up firecrackers and putting them together to create a nuke. Putting the fire herbs together, I flicked my wrist to light a flame under the cauldron. I tried to reach out to the water in a jar nearby and move it, but of course the notion was entirely silly, as sending chi to the water merely made it ripple.
I poured the water in the cauldron, sprinkling in the spirit grass as I began to go through the notes of my various grenade models.